All right, apologies. And coming up, we have Gala with God of War 2. Good luck and have fun.
Hi, thank you. Hi, I'm Gala or Galasrinie, and I'm going to be showing off God of War 2 very hard glitchless. We'll get straight into it. So time will start when I press no here, which will be in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so this is God of War 2. It is the sequel to God of War 1. God of War 2 was released on the PlayStation 2 as well as the PlayStation 3. Today we're going to be showing it on the PlayStation 3 because the PlayStation 3 version that got released on the PlayStation 3 is the fastest to play on. Load times are a lot shorter as well as the frame rate is a lot more stable by comparison to the PlayStation 2 version. So this is very hard glitchless, so very hard being the difficulty and glitchless meaning that there will be no glitches used. We're pretty much going to be doing all main content of the game, all the major fights. There are no bosses skipped, and there is a lot of content that gets played through for this category by comparison to the glitch category, which is about an hour long. So two major glitches that are not used on this run is air swimming as well as infinite jump, which allows runners on the glitched category to perform some really wild stuff and bypass many parts of the game. But this category focuses a lot on combat strategies and using as much as you can without glitches. Yeah. And this is the second game. So in the first game, Kratos, the mortal Kratos, he defeated the God of War Ares and obtained the power as now being the God of War. And the second game just follows on from after that story that took place. And right at the beginning of the game, he is trying to invade the city of Rhodes, but he has some problems in trying to do so. There's this statue that we see here that comes to life that is going to come up against him and try and stop him from doing that. And also because this is on, so this is being very hard glitchless, this is on a new game, not New Game Plus, which means that we are also going to be watching all of the cutscenes and all of the story that is in the game. You're going to see that for this category. Alright. So at the start of the game, Kratos is very powerful because he still has some of his powers from the first game available to him. He has this magic which is called Poseidon's Rage, which goes around in a big circle around him, which is really good for hitting multiple enemies together. And this first little mob fight, there are a lot of enemies clumped together, so it's really good to just make use of that. His blades are also fully leveled up, which he doesn't get to keep for the rest of the game, but for this segment in particular, for these enemies, he's going to be having that. Just need to get rid of them, and then we can go to the next part of the game. Get this way. You have to mash the circle button to open doors, which is a little bit taxing, but that's alright. So yeah, there's this large statue that was brought to life that is trying to grab him, but instead grabs another soldier, which is not him. Now we go up here. This Colossus is like the first major boss, like in the early game, and we see him quite a few times. When the Colossus attacks here, you can actually hit his arm with the blades first, and we also throw this rock at him. Kratos needs to get into this catapult, but we need to make sure that the Colossus is dazed before we can actually do that. So we want to do, using the Poseidon's Rage lightning in a circle around Kratos, we can actually hit him from here with it. Because of how many hits it does actually quite a bit of damage, and you can take him down like that. He closes his eyes, and then you can now approach him by going into the catapult like this. So in God of War 2 and also in a lot of action games that were released on the PlayStation 2 and around that kind of era, there are quick time events, which are basically prompts of what button to press at certain times. There are a lot of them throughout this game. Thankfully for this one, it's just always the same, but later on in the game, you have to be on your feet to press the right buttons, but yeah. That's what we'll try and do. Kratos can also swim in the water. There aren't too many places in the game where he does swimming, but there are some. He can also grapple at certain points. Like we see here, there is one of the things that he can do throughout the world. Just go over this way, and then the Colossus comes back to try and squash him, but we don't let that happen. Now the next time that we verse him, which is just coming up, there is a bit of strategy to work with, because on very hard, enemies do a lot of damage. So we're hoping that we can do certain things to try and prevent stuff like that happening. So the first thing that we do here is we go back. By going back there, he will do this move, which allows us to hit at his elbow. When his head goes below there, you can also hit him with an attack timed. And then we use the lightning magic, which hits him with a lot of hits. And once you do enough damage to him, he will go on one of the sides here. So that, and then he has a prompt to take care of. So these are always two triangles and then two X's here. He will always put his hands down, and during this time period when he screams, you can do damage to him to get him back into this with his head down before he slams his arms. And when casting a lot of magic that Kratos has access to, particularly with Poseidon's Rage, you get invulnerability or invincibility frames. So during the cast animation at the start of it, he actually cannot take damage. So you can be continuously doing damage to enemies while they are not doing damage to him, which is good for going fast. So he scratches either side of his face and then tries to squish him, but Kratos will not allow him to do that. And particularly early game, there are a lot of cutscenes that play out because there is quite a bit of story that will be taking place. So if you're someone that's never seen the God of War games, particularly the Greek games, it's a good introduction to what their games are like. Yeah. Because I know quite a few people that have played the Norse games that came out, but haven't really played the Greek games, or vice versa.
Watch your flank! Show no mercy!
Just attack the enemies here and then get rid of them.
I will make you suffer!
Just to get to this column that's on the side here that we need to put onto a pressure plate over here. That we then have to push onto the one that's in the middle.
Die with honor!
There are all these soldiers that can be a bit of pesky because when he pulls a lever like this, he doesn't have invulnerability, so he can be staggered out of that animation, which loses time. Don't want that to happen, but sometimes it does. And then the Colossus is trying to take a peek, but we just zap him in the eyes so he doesn't do that. And now we get introduced to another main focal character to the second game, which is Zeus.
I can take down this beast. I offer you more than help, Kratos.
So Zeus here, he
Offer you power.
yeah, he offers him power through the blade of Olympus.
I offer you the blade of Olympus. It was this blade that ended the Great War and defeated the Titans. Drain your godly powers into the sword, Kratos. Only then will you reach your full potential.
Why do you aid me now?
So Kratos is a bit suspicious on why Zeus wants to help him defeat this Colossus that's been chasing him. But Zeus, offering power, and Kratos wants power, so therefore now we are going to go check out the Blade of Olympus and see what it's all about. But in order for Kratos to use it, he has to drain his power into it, like how Zeus said, so we'll see what happens with that. There are these archers here which are really rude. Yep, they can strike you down to not let you do a quick jump there. I'm just going to get rid of them for the sake of not having them bothering me here. And then we continue onwards. Because you can actually jump over across without them hitting you, but they have really good aim. Because on very hard, enemies are a lot more aggressive and also a lot faster, and they, what's the word I'm looking for? They recuperate faster, or they after you hit them, or they come back at you faster than any of the other difficulties. They're a lot more aggressive and alert and smart. So we have the Colossus here. There's the Blade of Olympus, but we cannot get to it while this statue is pestering us. We attack him and then use the lightning to iframe through his attacks and attack him a bit more. Once his head is down and he is dazed, we can then hold the Blade of Olympus, and each time that Kratos does this, he's putting his godly powers into the blade.
The strength to destroy all the divine.
We do a full attack move. We get hit once purposefully, and then we do the lightning to get back to the blade again. And each time he does it, he's losing his magic bar. He's getting smaller. We're also going to lose his health bar as well, so he's getting weaker than what he was before. You can also get iframes or invulnerability through dodging through attacks, so you can do that there. So that you don't get staggered and can keep returning to do damage to him. So now that he has put his godly powers into the blade, he's able to take it out and shoots the Colossus in the side. We then take his hand, which was there, and use it to hit into his head. And now we go inside of the statue. There are some soldiers inside of the statue as well. I don't know how exactly they got there, but they're there. Oh, and I fell down. That's not what I wanted to do. And now in the Colossus, there are several layers that need to be destroyed so that we can defeat the Colossus from the inside out using the blade that Kratos had just gotten. He needs to stick it into the several different layers that are going up the body. We can do climbing. Then we just have to travel across this rope. And because he walks really slow when he's like on a beam, so instead of doing all of his walking animation here, we try to jump so that he doesn't have to walk the whole beam. Just makes his movement a little bit faster. And then we go to the other side once more. And there's a little bit of movement here. So yeah, for the parts where his movement is going to be slow, we try and figure out ways to not have him do so much slow movement. One thing that you can do here is not get hit by the enemies. That's not good. So you do like a jump down and then go back up, because his movement when just going around here is actually really slow. So we don't like him doing that. I don't know how he completely jumped up there, but that's okay. You go under and then go back up, and then you do here. These ones have chains on them, so we have to break the chains before we can actually get him to stab the part that needs to be broken. And now he needs to climb up this long pole that's going up to the ceiling. And I always think about how strong his upper body strength is to do this, because he's not using his legs, he's just using his arms and is in full body armor. So yeah, he's very strong. So now we're at the top. This is where the head is. You can see the mouth and the nose. So there is a pendulum here that is currently not swinging, but we're going to get it to swing from side to side to block these eye beams, the blue beams that go to his eyes. We pull it down and then pull it back up. Now while I'm waiting for it to swing, I'm trying to shoot these projectiles from the blade to where there are chains around this layer that needs to be broken as well. That is not the button that I wanted to press. Let's do that again. Just break it, and then that's the final layer inside the Colossus. Now he screams out in pain, and since Kratos has defeated him, he needs to jump out of the mouth to get out now. Yay! He is defeated. And I think this is like one of the funniest cutscenes in the game, even though it's not intentionally funny. I just think it's funny. He cries out like, "Yeah, I defeated him. Do you need any more proof than this?" And he just gets womp pancaked. And now, yeah, now that he's put all his powers into the blade, he is really weak.
Bloodied and beaten, he knew that to have any hope of survival, he must retrieve the blade of Olympus.
He's coughing up jam and just not looking too good right now.
Carla, do we have any time for some dono read through here? Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Because we have quite a few people who have put in some donations cheering you on. So we have $15 from ISO Hunt that says, "Good luck, Gala." We also have $5 from Drev that says, "Good luck, Gala. Beat up them gods. Much love." We have another one that says, from Nerd Life, $20 that says, "Hi, Gala. Good luck and have fun with the run. From your favorite Miss Spencer enjoyer." And I'd just like to remind everyone that we have a whole bunch of incentives coming through, still up for to be achieved. So when you do put in a donation, make sure you let us know which one we can put it towards so that we can start hitting some of those marks.
Yep, very good. So here we have Zeus now appearing before Kratos. And Kratos comes to the realization that Zeus was actually manipulating this whole situation. Zeus was the one who had awakened the Colossus to attack Kratos, and Zeus was also the one that manipulated Kratos to put his powers into the blade to defeat the Colossus. So the whole point of this was so that Kratos' power would be removed from him and Zeus would now be able to destroy him. Because Zeus didn't want Kratos to overthrow him.
I grow tired of this insolence. I am the king of Olympus. And it is my way that is the way of the gods. You must vow to forever serve me. I serve no one. Then you leave me no choice.
So yeah, Kratos here now is very weak and battered, and Zeus is just going to...
Submit. I would rather die.
hit him and kill him. Like that. So that was a pretty lengthy cutscene here. But you get to see, like, yeah, the story evolve.
Your choosing. A choice from the gods is as useless as the gods themselves. Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me.
In the first game, Zeus was someone that had given power to Kratos to help him defeat the god of war, Ares, in the first game. But then in the second game, because Kratos had gotten so strong, Zeus didn't want him to get stronger than him. So he devised this plan to get him destroyed. And he uses the blade that has Kratos' God of War power in it to completely wipe out his whole Spartan army.
You will pay for this, Zeus. Be certain of that.
As the life drained out of Kratos,
But yeah, this run will be pretty comfy for the nighttime because there's quite a few cutscenes and it's just, yeah, cozy. Well, as a runner, it's not really cozy like when it's fighting because it's very hard glitchless, but in terms of like a viewer story-wise, not that, yeah. It's got that stuff.
Kratos was destined to bring about
Sorry, was that some
change
more
so
that you wanted?
severe
Was that?
Uh,
Apologies.
No, it's alright.
Oh, good. Sorry, I just wasn't sure if I was on the right page. My bad.
No, it's okay. So here, like before death, people have like flashbacks of over their life. So now, currently in this cutscene, Kratos has these flashbacks to events that happened in the first game. Here being when he made a pact with Ares, the god of war, in order to obtain power. Here, when he was manipulated and blinded to kill his own family, which resulted in him gaining a lot of trauma and depression from that event. On the left there with the orange hair, that's Ares. On the right is Athena. This scene right here is actually really interesting because this is a scene from the very early part of God of War 1 on the boat, where Kratos, it explains that he went to sleeping with women as well as alcohol as a way to try and numb his mind of the nightmares that he would have of killing his family and all of the horrible things that he had done. Here we get introduced to a new character, especially for God of War 2. This is Gaia.
Mother of Earth.
Yeah, she's like the Earth Titan.
Powerful warrior, and I have been with you through all the events of your life. But I can no longer simply watch. We will help you defeat Zeus.
So here the Titan Gaia approaches Kratos saying basically that she doesn't want him to die and she will help him
Coward accepts death.
defeat Zeus because that is what also the Titans want as well.
I will show you the way to the Sisters of Fate. Only with their power will you defeat Zeus.
So unlike in the first game where Kratos was aligned with the Olympic gods, in the second game he is aligned with the Titans. and we get to learn more about their part of the story and their relationship with the Olympic gods. Yeah. So there's this little section here where Kratos has to climb out of Hades or Hell. He has to climb out of here. There are all these hands on the walls that for this, for very hard glitches, we grab them and then go around to the different parts. Sometimes you don't really grab all of them, but you gotta be careful. It is easy to get stun locked because of how the hands are aggressive and can multi-hit. But we just try and do our best. Grab them. Then we go to the left. Try and grab them as soon as possible so that I grab them and they don't grab me. And just get out of here. After coming out of here, you reload checkpoint. And the purpose of this is because it actually makes some dialogue that happens a little bit later faster, which you'll get to see. So Kratos finds one of his Spartan soldiers still alive. So here he talks to them and tells him to keep going and go back to Sparta and protect Sparta. So this Pegasus appears here and Kratos takes a ride to where he needs to go. This Pegasus was summoned here by the Titan Gaia, which we see here, because it's funny, he takes this ride but then it's not going the direction he actually wants it to go. And he's a little bit confused on what's going on.
You are no longer a god, Kratos. Zeus, Olympus, and the blade which holds all your power will forevermore be out of reach. Your only hope is to find the Sisters of Fate and travel back through time to the moment Zeus betrayed you, for only then will he truly be vulnerable. Kratos, to succeed, you will need more help than I can give. My Titan brother slumbers deep inside his mountain prison. Go, it is time he was awakened.
So yeah, Gaia explains that the whole premise of the story is for Kratos to adventure to then travel back in time to the moment that Zeus stabbed him and killed him, and then he can defeat him himself. But because Kratos is not powerful because he lost his powers as the god of war, he must get them back by traveling to go and get them. There are two flying sections with the Pegasus, the first one being relatively simple. There are just some flying enemies that you collide with to defeat. This is mandatory to defeat this bird here. You have to do the quick time event with him, because if you keep avoiding that enemy, it will keep coming back. It's just something unavoidable. This is the Dark Rider. So he shoots these purple orb projectiles behind him, and you can actually just stay in the bottom left corner and they won't touch you at all. This is just on a timer, so we just have to wait it out until he does a projectile sequence like this, and then we go to the next area, which is this cave of ice, the lair of the Titan. There are these little harpies that are flying during this section. Because you have to take damage there, it's good to defeat them so you get a little bit of health from doing that. And we see that there is a Titan here where the Pegasus has sent us to go, who is locked inside this cave. Or entrapped, I should say, inside the cave. as the Pegasus soars through here, well, he accidentally gets squashed by the hand of the Titan. That's not very nice.
You do not have enough power to lift the fingers of the great Titan. You must free the Pegasus.
So,
brothers.
we
It is
have
your
to help
only
the Pegasus get out of
such
there.
as fate.
This wall section right here is actually really scary with these enemies because they are on a wall and they can do that. So sometimes they can actually just bump you off from where you want to go. It's rather unfortunate that that can happen because not all places on the wall are grabbable. Only the patterned surface of the wall is grabbable. And sometimes if they are in such a way, they push you off and you can't, yeah. Sometimes that just happens. They're a little bit annoying. It's a lot worse on PlayStation 2. But yeah, it can happen on PlayStation 3 as well. Also, these enemies are not to be underestimated. They do a lot of damage on very hard. There's a Minotaur there, another enemy type that we're going to actually be seeing a bit later. We break this so that we can go down. And we go outside of the cave, where it's all snowy. And the camera pans to show us where we want to be going, which is where that bird is on the hand. We break this little wooden part, I don't know what to call it. And then we have to just go up to where we need to go. I get that health because, yeah, on very hard things do a lot of damage, so it's good to do that. And we get introduced to a new character who is getting eaten alive by this bird. Which is not good for him.
God of war, you live.
So this character's name is Prometheus. Prometheus is actually a Titan. Even though he is human-sized now, he was a Titan. But he was sent here by Zeus to be tortured, and he explains why.
The fires of Olympus to the mortals. Zeus considered it a betrayal. As punishment, he made me mortal and condemned me to be savagely consumed every day by this cursed bird. And then, with the fall of night, I am healed. How long have I been here? How long have I suffered this curse? I truly do not know.
And it is an interesting thing to note with this cutscene because he says by nightfall he is healed. Therefore, in the game right now, because he's healing, it's nighttime. Even though it's like snowy and grey, it's actually nighttime in the game.
Please, ghost of Sparta, release me from my torment.
So Kratos knocks him down to be just above the fires of Olympus below. And because Prometheus has been tortured so much, he asks for death and wants to die. But Kratos needs to go this way first. Just another wall platforming part here. I wait a slight moment so that those enemies go up because if you go too fast they block you more. I don't want them to block. So we just keep going up. Now the main movement that we use for this speedrun is this roll, and you can keep chaining this roll just by pressing the attack button. If if you roll and then attack, you can keep chaining it. When it comes to directional changes with this movement, you want to let the blades extend a bit more to get Kratos to change direction that way. But that's like the main movement that you'll see throughout the whole entire run. Here we have a Gorgon enemy. And what we do for this enemy is you can actually fling them up and then grab them. And you can do this repeatedly so that they don't get an opportunity to try and freeze Kratos or attack him. When they receive enough damage, they get this little quick time event prompt on their head, but you don't have to perform it. You can just grab them and throw them again. I waited a moment there for those two snakes to spawn, just to make sure that a soft lock that can happen does not happen today. So this is Typhon's Cave, so that's the name of the Titan here. He has something suspicious in his eye, which Kratos is going to check out. While moving here, he is breathing to try and push us off, but with the rolling movement, you can actually make it across without having to worry about him pushing Kratos off the ledge. And I purposely get this little camera pan here, which you get by moving there early. Usually you get that later, but we get it early because there's going to be enemies spawning down that platform, and we don't have to worry about them by getting that early. Now there's a very convenient beam here so that Kratos can get a bit closer to the Titan and see what's going on. So he jumps to the Titan's eye and takes the a bow out of his eye. And this is called Typhoon's Bane. Now this bow is really important for the very hard glitchless speedrun, not because of the damage or the arrows that it does, but because of its animation. It has a really short animation, which allows us for a lot of the run to do animation cancellings. So by having a weapon or this magic that has a fast animation, you can make animations that are longer, shorter by interrupting them with the bow. And this is going to be fundamental for making fights fast throughout the course of the run by making use of this. Also, just in general, it will put him back into his idle animation, so that also helps with like rolling to a chest and then putting him in a neutral so that he can open it as soon as possible. Yeah, he's very grumpy that we did that. Now here we have a bit of a more difficult fight. One thing about the very hard difficulty when it comes to the way that damage works is, unlike on easy, normal, or hard, the way that collision damage is scaled is actually tremendous. So if you grab one enemy and then throw them into another, it will do monumentous amounts of damage by comparison to the other difficulties. Since enemies have more health and enemies also do more damage to Kratos, they can also do more damage to each other if you throw them into each other. So for quite a bit of the run, and especially early game, that is used to try and defeat enemies fast. So with the bow that we had gotten, we now have put Prometheus into the flames of Olympus like he had wanted. So he burns to death.
You have freed Prometheus from the torment of the gods. His flesh has tainted the fires of Olympus and embodied it with the power of the Titans. These ashes will give you great strength, Kratos. Take them within you and use this strength to defeat
And yes, since Prometheus was a Titan, when he died, the ashes that he had gave him this new ability power, which is the Rage of the Titans, which we're going to be using in just a second.
Let the rage of the Titans.
So Rage of the Titans, when it's activated, Kratos glows like this orange flame color. And now we also have a meter in the bottom right hand corner, which is like a Spartan's helmet. And when that has meter in it, Kratos can go into this mode where he does these really wide swings and does a lot more damage than what he does just with his typical blade attacks. The more you damage enemies, or the more that you hit enemies, that meter will fill up, and then Kratos can use it for a duration of time to be more powerful. Also, just other things on the HUD that I haven't explained yet. The green bar is health, the blue bar is magic, the little red numbers, that is for orbs or currency. Kratos can use them to upgrade his weapons as well as magic. On very hard, they are a lot more expensive to upgrade, and they are a lot harder to obtain. Like, enemies also give a lot less currency to level up. So for the very hard category, we have to get inventive on how to get more currency. And also, enemies can drop like health and magic as well, but that is also heavily reduced on this difficulty as well, making it harder. Yeah. Now that Kratos has the Rage of the Titans, he can actually go back to rescue the Pegasus that got stuck under the Titan's hand. So that's what he's going to go and do now. Just get rid of this harpy because he's often really annoying. And by hitting the fingers now we get rage. Now that it's full, we can activate it, and with this ability his fingers go away. I turn off just for a minute and then I'm gonna do it again here, but I want to make sure that I fill my meter in preparation for the next part of the game, so that I will have some. And now the Pegasus is free! Yay! Very good. And we can now go for a ride. Now, if there are any donations that need to be read, there's a cruisy bit here if you want to read any.
We have quite a lot from the previous 5-minute segment, but we do have some newer ones that are more related to this run, so I'm going to read those ones first. So apologies for those who did get their donations in earlier, but we do have $10 from Ragnall, who says, "Good luck, Gala. I really hope Theseus goes well. He's a real jerk. Much love from the God of War Speedruns community." We also have $40 from Club who said, "Look, I missed a really easy jump. Money to giving the love letter in Skyward Sword HD." There's $10 from Nay as well that says, "Donating $10 as promised for every DK banana hit during Lacey's Mario Kart run. Yo, good luck." Is there time for a few more? I can reel off maybe one more.
Yep.
Okay, there was another $15 from Chili Pepper, who has been donating quite a lot today, so thank you very much, Chili Pepper. That says pew 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 pew, ding 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 ding. That was again for the 5-minute showcase run, which was very crazy. So there's a lot of crazy ones in here. Obviously we're going for a bit of a different vibe, but this has been great. All right, thank you.
All right. So this is the second flying section with Pegasus, and also the last flying section. So there are going to be a few different waves of enemies that come. First, here there will be harpies flying towards, and I shoot them with arrows first, and then activate rage when they get closer so that it can hit them with the swings of the blades while they are up close, hopefully. Sometimes they can hang like near the bottom of the screen, which is not very nice. We'll just try and get rid of them as much as possible. And now, like, so I'm very hard because of the way that collision damage works. We use it when Kratos is flying the Pegasus, we use the Pegasus to smash into the enemies and it does a lot of damage. If you tried to do a strategy like this on the lower difficulties, it actually wouldn't work because you would be doing less damage than you do on very hard, which is kind of interesting, but it makes this difficulty unique in that way, that there are some things that are more powerful than others. Now we see the Dark Rider again, but here it actually wants you to fight him a little bit, but this fight is actually distance based, so you don't have to fight him. You can just zoom in front of him until the game registers that you are further enough and can't zoom anymore, and then it will go to another section where he tries to hit you with orbs, but you can just go into the bottom left corner and avoid them all. Or you avoid the majority. I think you can get hit by one, but yeah. And then we just have a quick time event sequence with him now to actually defeat him. But these button presses are random, so I have to make sure that I hit them correctly. Because one thing with quick time events in this game is actually you get punished a lot for missing them. And some of them are kind of hilarious if you miss. We will try not to miss them. Like the one here, if you miss, Kratos just goes all the way down and dies, and it's just funny. But now he is at the Temple of Lachesis. He's traveled on the Pegasus to make it here. I have a bit of a different setting here, more like a coastal kind of region and building. Now in the game, there are items that you can collect to upgrade Kratos' magic or health. For this run, we will be collecting Phoenix Feathers, which are for upgrading Kratos' magic meter, for it to grow bigger, so that he has more magic to use for attacks and things like that, which will be helpful for this run and category in particular. There is a body hanging here that we need to use to put onto a pressure plate. There are these little pesky dogs that try to bite you when doing this, but hopefully they will not be too pesky about it. It's always scary just watching them just run after you. So we put him down, and then we need to use these dogs to hit into each other. And hopefully they won't interrupt me on the elevator. There is one here, but it shouldn't be too bad. Just use rage to get rid of him real quick. Put the body on the pressure plate for one of the doors that's here, and then there's a second door that you need to open, so I have to pull this back. And then it will be on a timer before it closes again, so hopefully we can make it through before that. And now we have a big cutscene here where Gaia explains why she is helping Kratos and why she wants to defeat Zeus.
Aid me, Gaia.
Zeus must be stopped, Kratos. The story.
But yeah, the early part of the speedrun is pretty cutscene dense because it's a lot of introducing the story, introducing the characters, introducing a lot of background to what the whole game is about. But then when it gets to like middle and end game, there are a lot of fights that go bang 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 after each other.
Rhea stood by and watched. watched as her children were devoured one by one.
I do like the cutscenes. Even though it does make like the speedrun slower, it makes it a bit more enjoyable to get to show, because you get to see
Trick to save the babies.
a bit of the heart to the game, so to say.
Rhea commanded the eagle to secret us on the way. He was taken to an island far beyond the watchful eyes of Kronos.
So here, Gaia explains to Kratos that Kronos, which is Zeus's father, he got a fortune told to him by an oracle that said that his children would overthrow him. And because he didn't want his children to overthrow him, what did he say? He said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to eat my children, and I'm going to trap them in my stomach. So that's what he did. But for Zeus, Rhea, the mother, she was so in grief that she didn't want Zeus, the last of her children, to get eaten by him. So she sent an eagle to take Zeus away, and this guy eats a rock instead of Zeus. She tricked him.
Who cared for him?
Yeah.
It was I who kept him safe.
And Gaia was the one that took care of Zeus.
I nurtured his desire to free his brothers and sisters from Kronos. But my foolish act of compassion would haunt the Titans forever. For in sparing Zeus, we allowed him to return to us with vengeance in his heart. He betrayed all of the Titans for the sins of just one. The sins of his father, Kronos.
Yeah, so even though Gaia took care of Zeus, Zeus blamed all the Titans for the things that Kronos had done to his brothers and siblings. We have a dog fight here. We see more of the little dogs and we get introduced to a larger dog type. But this isn't actually mandatory to do. The whole objective here is we need this platform to go over to that wall over there. Hopefully he will leave me alone. This is not looking very good. We need to get this platform as far over here so then we can jump up and we can not have to deal with those dogs. Very good. That can be really bad. Sometimes the dogs just harass you non-stop. But thankfully that was actually alright. We have to climb. Just get rid of some of these enemies that are blocking in the way. Sometimes this enemy isn't here, but he's here today. He always hits you there. Just avoid these dogs, and then there's enemies here in the way, so I just get rid of them. For enemies that are not mandatory to fight, we'll try not to fight them. Just try and do the things that are mandatory, or the things that if you don't defeat them, they will be more time lost than if you did just quickly defeat them to progress forward. Because all those enemies there would have tried to interrupt Kratos pulling that lever, so just easy to get rid of them all in a very fast swing. We get introduced to a new enemy. This is the Siren. And there is a door or wall behind her that has horses on it. So the strategy here is we hit the first Siren with 15 arrows so that she gets this prompt. Every time you use that prompt, it will break the door, and we need to do that 3 times. 2 Sirens will spawn in. We grab one and knock it into the other. That knock does damage of 10 arrows, so we only have to use 5. And then we do that again as they spawn in, raise her up, grab her, push her into the other one. Because of how the collision damage works on very hard, she takes a lot of damage. And then that way you can do that very fast, like that. Very good. Now we have probably coming up one of the hardest fights in the whole run.
His
But we'll explain a bit more once we get there.
favor of the Sisters of Fate.
Right now we just have to do,
Change the
we have to just roll over this chain in a straight line. So this is the Steeds of Time. So the Steeds of Time, these big statue-like horses, Kronos, or Zeus's father, gave these horses to the Sisters of Fate as a try to appease them so that his fate of getting overthrown by his children would be changed, but they did not do that for him, even though he gave them the gift of these horses. We pull this lever and then we can go across this rope, and this boss is, yeah, one of the most cruelest bosses on this difficulty, not even just for speedrunning but also casual play as well. So this is Theseus. There are several reasons why this boss fight is really bad, or well, really hard, but also just very unfair. First of all, during this fight, there are many opportunities where you can just get one shot and die. Second of all, he does a lot of damage when he hits you, like with other attacks, not even just one shots. The way that you do this fight is you need magic to shoot him at certain parts in the fight, and because you get a lot less magic on very hard difficulty, and he also has a lot more health, this fight is really long. Even though, like in a speedrun, you obviously want to go fast, but because of these attributes to how this difficulty works, this fight is like 6 to 8 minutes, which is pretty long. More like 8 minutes, yeah. So it is a pretty lengthy fight, and if you die, you go all the way back to the start, so you can lose a lot of time. And because he's also very unfair, sometimes you can die to things that genuinely weren't your fault. But we'll try and do our best. So the strategy that we do at the start is we try and bait him to do grabs. Each time you successfully do a quick time event prompt with the joystick grab, it does a third of his health for the first part. He doesn't always give them to you, but if Kratos tries to grab him, he will often try and grab you back. So we try and get him to do that to us so that we can get the big damage on him. Sometimes he's not always cooperative though. When he raises his blade and puts ice on it, it means he's ready to go to the second part of his on-ground fight. Activate rage, and I'm using the uppercut with rage to do a lot of damage, and then once he has taken enough damage, he will go up here. Once he goes up here, the only way that you can perform damage to him is through the bow, the arrows with the bow. You need to hit him exactly 55 times. So the first time you hit him 25 times, and then he will summon these bulls. These bulls are how you are going to get more magic to shoot him with arrows. So we grab them and knock them into each other. That was unfortunate, that's okay, we'll do that again. You grab them and knock them into each other, defeat them, and then you get more magic. Because very hard difficulty, you get a lot less resources. It takes a lot longer to be able to hit him with all the arrows that you need to hit him with. On the other difficulties, you actually get like a full magic meter every time you defeat the bulls, but on very hard, you do not get that luxury. Have to be careful here. That's one move that is the most deadly that he can do, because it does quick hits, and if you're in the grab attack animation, he hits you before you can go back to blocking. So he is being very rude. But we will try our best. Probably of all the fights to be worried about for the marathon, this was definitely the #1 fight that I was worried about. And this is like such a really heavy reset point for top runners as well, because it's genuinely the worst. There are also runners of the God of War games that have run multiple categories, multiple games, but they will not run this category for this particular boss fight. So, yeah. I'm trying to bait him to give me more grabs. But if he does that quick move after a grab, I can't actually block that. Now he should be ready to go up. There we go. Okay. My health is really low though, so I should be careful. So we hit him with 25, and then he does these ice arrows towards Kratos, but you can avoid them by going to the right upper corner or the left upper corner. That was pretty bad. Okay. I need to try and not die because I'm losing a lot of time in ways that I should not be losing time. If you have any donations or anything that you would like to say, this would be a good time to do so.
Alright, in the heat of battle, we do have $15 from JaceB90 that says, "Have a great run, Gala. Thank you for being such a great addition to the speedrun community. Have the best time." We also have $50 from Noops that says, "Swear jar, LMAO, put this towards karaoke." I would also like to remind everyone that we are, for ASM2024, we're raising money for Game On Cancer, which is a charity that funds early career cancer researchers working across all different areas of cancer research to make this the last generation to die from cancer. So if you'd like to donate, you can donate to you can donate via donate.ausspeedruns.com, and we do have a number of incentives, so make sure you check those out as well when you put in a donation.
Yep, thank you. Hopefully I'll get to... Okay, cool. So when you hit the balls into each other, they then get a circle prompt on top of them for you to then grab them like this. We do this particularly to try and get as much magic as possible, because if you just defeat them without this prompt and just kill them with the Kratos' blades, you get a lot less magic that way. So we want to try and get as much magic as possible. So you shoot him with 3 arrows, and then he does this roar, and then I have to count how many arrows that I do to him. So far I have done 5. Not including the beginning part. I have to count to 30 now. So we line them up and then grab them to hit them into each other. He does these icicles on the floor. You get hit by an icicle, you die, and you have to redo the fight. So I really don't want to get hit. I don't want to hit them. So whenever we get the prompt, we want to make sure that we take it and get all those orbs that come out of their body. Theseus, while he is up there, he can also cast little arrows that interrupt Kratos' animations and things like that, which is very annoying. The best thing that Theseus can do is just laugh. That's the thing, that he can just sit there and laugh. But by laughing, he doesn't do anything. So I think I'm at 11 now. 11 arrows, that's good. Now we have to go to the corner and keep going. We line them up, put him in the air, grab him, knock him into the other, and then try and do that again. Knock him into the other, grab him. That's really scary. You do get iframes when you are in a grab animation, but sometimes you can get caught by that icicle if you are not iron. I don't like where that bull is positioned. That's good that he ran to me. Because if you go too close to that wall, icicles will always come out of the ground there. Okay, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Spawn in, put them up, grab them, knock them into each other. Be careful of the icicles on the floor. Not to get hit by them. That was unfortunate, he died early, but we'll try our best. I think I said I was at 17. 20, 21, 22, 23. So hopefully the next set of bulls I can get 7 arrows and then finish the fight. Yeah, this fight always feels like a gauntlet because it's so long for this difficulty. And it's really like, you feel like you're living on the edge because there's so many moments where you can just take damage really badly and die. And I want him out of that corner because you can, even if I grab him there, sometimes you can die by the icicles on the floor, so I'm not going to take that risk. Let's see if we have enough. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Now, once Theseus takes 55 arrows, Kratos gets to stab him in the gut, and also we get to smash his face in with the door. Now, when people see this for the first time, they're like, wow, this is so gruesome and gory. But when you speedrun this category for us a while, it's like, yeah, he kind of deserves it. I don't like him. And that's the end of him. Thank God. Jesus. Jesus. Oh God. Okay. So when you defeat him, Kratos gets a wristband that he now puts into here. And he gets a... We get a cutscene, and there's this hologram that emerges that is of Kronos, but I like to say it's the hologram of Bruce Willis, because for some reason they made him look a bit like Bruce Willis. If when he comes out, you'll see it. Zeus's father was Bruce Willis, apparently. It's canon. So now Kratos gets Kronos' power. So we're gonna get another magic ability. Now whenever Kratos gets a new magic ability from one of the Titans, he always has this little fight where he has infinite magic and gets to use it and try it out. So this ability, Kronos' Rage, it sits on the floor and can hit enemies multiple times and multiple enemies. And one thing that's a mechanic in the game is the more hits that you get, the more currency that you'll receive. So right now I have like 400, 500 hit points. So we just, for this fight, we use it so that we get lots of points and we can get some extra currency that way. Even if they have that little prompt above their head, you can just keep hitting them and getting those points up. Very good. Now we just have to interact with the horses. So there are 4 horses and each have their own color. A little color part that we need to put the wristband that we had got from Theseus into them. If you have anything you'd like to say now is a good point, because I'm just going to be moving around so it's not too intense.
All right, no worries. I will read some of the donations from earlier on during the 5-minute showcase. So we had $50 from Havra, who said, needs more triangle. Please put this donation towards the Final Fantasy IX name calling Zidane Babe. We had $15 from Checkpoint, who said, shout out to Noops, triangle wielding host with the most. And we had $35 from Stoggers as well, who definitely enjoyed the 5-minute showcase, saying, damn, this quickfire speedrun stuff was hype, and put their donation towards the Super Kiwi incentive. So we did have a lot come through. I also had a new one that's just come through, if we've got a mo.
Yeah?
Cool.
Yeah,
So we had $15 from Shredberg, who says, speedrunning.
Hopefully. Hopefully speedrunning. I don't know about the speed part, but I'm trying my best. Now we go to the far one on the right. Oh, I hit an invisible wall, that's not good. Now we just have one horse now to release. By doing this, we get rid of the blinders on their eyes. That was a bit strange. And now that all 4 of the horses are have their eyes open, well, yeah, he's now gonna make them move and wake them up. So he hits them, and the purpose of this was so that the horses would move and they drag a part of the island forward. On the chains, they're actually attached. At least I think that's what's happening. I didn't quite fully understand this cutscene here, but I think that's what's happening. There's this big, momentous cutscene with music, and you get to see like the area that Kratos is going to be going to. This is often the cutscene where you check your phone and stuff like that, because it's a little bit like deep. Yeah. Also, like, this game often is like said to be really amazing because this initially was released on the PlayStation 2, and it was released near the end of the PlayStation 2's life cycle, but many people say like how much it pushed the PlayStation 2 to its max capabilities with yeah, everything that's in this game. So the camera pans to where we're gonna go and where we currently are. We have to go back across that chain and towards that area. Cool. But before we get there, there's a little fight here that we need to do. First thing I do is cast lightning while they drop to the floor. I need to grab one of them and hopefully put them into the others. My angle was not how I wanted it to be. That's okay. Once you defeat 3 of them, 3 more will spawn from the top, as well as 2 bulls. What we want to do here is zap them, grab the smaller enemies, and chuck them into the bulls. Because of how the collision damage works on this difficulty, that's how you're going to get big damage here. Specifically because the bulls have more health, you want to try and focus on them. But because enemies do not stay in one spot all the time, it can be a little bit hard to get them coordinated, but I'm going to try my best. If there's bulls like this, but there's no enemies around, I'll activate Rage. And then the uppercut in Rage is actually the part that has the most damage. But the animation is actually quite long, but you don't need to have it fully extend. You can cut the animation with the bow and then repeat after it connects with an enemy. We just replenished that, and now we can go to a new area. Now this area here, if it was a glitched run, this would be a really important part because this is actually where they first start doing air swimming because there's water here. They can actually make use of that water to do swim in air, which if you haven't seen is actually a pretty common glitch in multiple speed games where they make use of water or the animation of swimming in games to then be able to swim through areas where there isn't water through the air, so that you can swim through air, and that's why it's called that. But because we're doing glitchless, we won't be doing swim in air. We'll just be doing swim in water down here. And there's a key item here that Kratos will collect. This is called the Amulet of the Fates. And this amulet, when used, allows Kratos to slow down the area or slow down time. She'll get to
The relic that you hold, an amulet of the Sisters of Fate.
There's another phoenix feather here, so we're going to be collecting that.
While all around you slows.
So whenever there is a statue or a flashing green light like that, you can use the Amulet of the Fates and time will be slowed down for a duration of time. There's like that little yellow bar underneath the magic bar that decreases and increases. And we use it here, so then we can get onto this statue's hands before they raise.
Hear me, fallen god. None defy what the fates decree. That is how it must be. Only death awaits you at the end of your journey.
My death is what began this journey.
The fates have not deemed victory for you. Your soul will never find peace for what you have become.
I am what the gods have made me.
So yep, Kratos got very grumpy at this statue for talking to him, so he bumps her nose off. And now this hello. It will crash through the glass and help us to keep going forward. There's just another feather here to collect. there is a very scary enemy type here that gets introduced, but we don't actually have to fight them here because you can slow down time with the head and bypass them, which is very good. Not good to have to deal with them because you can, yeah, break it and then keep going forward. But this next fight is mandatory and this is difficult, so hopefully this will go okay. Alright, I'll try and explain exactly what goes on here. So this is, there are two pigs on either sides of this fight and a cyclops that spawns in the middle. We're going to be grabbing the pigs and throwing them into the cyclops to hopefully do lots of damage to them. The cyclopses can grab and eat the pigs, which is what we don't want them to do, because not only does that mean that we are not getting to take advantage of the damage that we can be doing to the cyclops when we throw it at them, but the cyclops actually gains health. They heal whenever they eat a pig, so we don't want that happening either. Cool. So that's the first one down, and now there's going to be two cyclopses that spawn in the arena on either side of each other. That's not very good. He got to have a snack right there. And there's going to be one here. This is really good lineup because I can be able to hit both of the cyclopses with that. Going to be using a bit of rage, hopefully to hit them, because not only does Kratos do more damage when rage is activated, he also takes less damage and his defense is a lot higher. These cyclopses are really scary because they do a lot of damage when they hit you. They do like half your health, so I don't want to have to deal with that. This so far is going pretty good though. They can grab you. Their grab doesn't do a lot of damage, but it can knock you out of whatever you're trying to do to them. It's also just a waste of time. But each time that they successfully grab you, they do a little war cry. So at least I know that that's going to be happening every time. I'm also hitting him like this because I want to build up rage for the fight that's going to be coming up later, and that was not too bad. That was okay. That can go a lot worse, particularly when they eat every pig that comes out and they have heaps of health. It can just be a complete disaster, that fight, to be able to do damage to them. But thankfully it was okay. There are two statues that we need that have shields that are going to be reflecting these eye beams back to the statue that are currently making like a force field that Kratos can't go past. So we need to get rid of them. I think I got that up there. Okay, put it in there, and now the statue can't make the force field. Very good. All right. At this point, I always check my currency. I'm gonna end up needing 4,500. I currently have 4,000, which is all right. And we're gonna have another boss fight.
Hidden deep within this
And now the setting is going more into like a swampy bog area. Lots of green, lots of brown.
gain control of your thread.
And we get a glimpse of like this kind of building in the back there, which is Kratos' ultimate goal location to get to. But we get to see this guy. This guy riding a horse. So this enemy or character or boss is actually someone from the first game, but they never actually made an appearance other than inside cutscenes. Purposely missed that because it's faster. But in the second game, he makes an appearance and you get to fight him, so yeah, you get to see him a bit more than in the first game. This is the Barbarian King.
By the gods, it is true. I have fought my way through the guardians of Hades and rolled my way out of the fire.
And I do think he's the coolest looking boss in the game. Well, one of the coolest looking bosses in the game because he's all fiery and spirits are flying around him and he's riding a horse and he just looks cool.
Kratos. The servant of Ares. Do you remember that day?
So the backstory here is when Kratos was the general of a Spartan army, he went to war and versed the a barbarian horde, which was led by the barbarian king. Kratos was actually losing that battle and cried out to the god of war Ares for power, and by doing so he was able to win and chopped his head off. But now he has come back from the dead and is here to verse Kratos. At the start of this fight, I roll to the side and wait for him to do his run up. Now I'm going to be using rage with the uppercuts. I do this 3 times and then turn rage off. I'm going to be hitting him and then using lightning magic to get the invincibility frames and also just some damage out on him. Also by doing this I build up a bit more of my rage meter. He gets a prompt and then the horse gets defeated. And now we just have him to defeat. These hits that I'm doing here are not really for the damage that they do. They are for the rage that builds up on the bottom right hand corner. It fills up ever so slightly each time that you hit enough times. So now he summons these little warriors and we're going to get Kratos to grab them. By grabbing them, he one-shots them and also he gets quite a bit of rage. Titan rage by doing so. Once you defeat the 4 of them, he goes down and then he will spawn some more. Have to be really careful not to get too much damage done to Kratos for this fight because I will need him to tank later. So often for this category there is a lot of preparation and thinking ahead of what you need and what you need to be doing. This guy here is a joke character from the first game. He makes a tiny appearance and then Kratos just defeats him. Now, after these 2 are defeated, he will go into this phase where he starts to grow big. And we're going to be using rage with these uppercuts. Animation cancelling the uppercut to make it very fast. I turn rage off because I'm going to be needing more of it later. Use lightning to get invincibility while he does these really large swings. Those swings do a lot of damage. Once you do enough damage, he will shrink. And then we hopefully do these 2 uppercuts on him with rage activated. And he defeated me within that window. That's not very nice. Just do that again. These hits here are for timing. 2, 3, 4. He did do quite a bit of damage to me there during that. There we go. Prepare an attack and then make the finisher really strong. And I'm going to avoid that damage that he wanted to do to me. He can swing his hammer just to melee attacks and I have to just make sure that I block. At the final phase, you often don't have a lot of resources. He summons these little spirits, and you can actually just dodge back and then dodge forward. Those spirits are meant to chase you, but they don't really do that when you just go back and forward. Because they kind of go into the floor. Once he takes enough damage, we can then get to the quick time event to defeat him. And then he's defeated. And you get the Barbarian Hammer. So this hammer is really strong, and it's gonna help Kratos a lot for the rest of the speedrun. Because by using the animation of the bow with the hammer, so the hammer is typically pretty slow, and it deals a lot of damage, but some of its animation can be a bit slow. But by using the bow animation, which is really short, you can animation cancel the slowness of the hammer and make it a fast, hard-hitting weapon. So for the glitchless run, we make use of that to do some fast, heavy-hitting attacks with it. We went over to that dead body to get a key. That key we need for a door that's on the other side of here. Very good. Now we have the Ruins of the Forgotten. There's this cheeky little enemy that comes out and blows his horn. And by doing so, he is calling for a Cyclops to emerge. And he goes to ride the Cyclops. And it's all looking very big and scary, but it's really not that scary. Because what Kratos can do right at the start is he can grab the rider off the Cyclops. And then we can use the rider to hit into the Cyclops and do damage to him like this. And he also gets iframes from doing the grab. So it's not that scary, and then we can just hit him with the hammer and he's dead. Now we just have to deal with a few more of those smaller enemies. But we don't give them an opportunity to summon any Cyclops friends. We just defeat them and then go to the next part. Push this out of the way, and then we can go forward.
Gala, do we have any little breaks through here?
You can say something now.
Wonderful. We have a $5 donation from Hypnotics that says Gala Gaming Pog. And we are at the point of a host changeover, so I did want to say thank you for having me on your run, Gala, and it has been an absolute pleasure having front seats to this awesome run. I will be changing over to Mega Slayer in just a moment, so thank you very much.
So we shocked them so that they won't interrupt Kratos. Throwing that pillar to the side, and then we can go up. There's a kind of a little puzzle here. There's a pressure plate that needs to be set down by this body, but you can't actually make it across there as easily. You need to put the body into this trench. And then the body will emerge on the other side of the room. It takes a little bit of time to do that, so I'm just gonna take that chest in the meanwhile while you typically wait for it. And then you grab the body and put it here. Because there's a bit of currency in there, it's good to just get that well. Then we open this up. Now we have the... I call it the Red River. It probably has a different name, but there's a river here that's red. And there are these platforms that you have to move to get to the other side. As you are moving them, enemies will jump to try and get you, but you can zap them with the lightning just to stagger them so that they won't get to touch you. So we just do that so that we can keep pushing while they are preoccupied with the lightning. I have to do this one a few times because it's a bit further away. And we do one more and then they should be defeated from there, like that. Very good. Okay. Now because I have enough currency here, we're going to go into the menu and level up the Barbarian Hammer. Now that it is level up, it will do more damage and it can also do a soul flicker. You can flick a soul out of the hammer itself, which I'll get to show off just here. This rock monster is blocking the way, so we're going to get Kratos to animation cancel with the hammer, activate rage so that Kratos tanks the damage a bit better and won't die. We can defeat the rock monster very fast that way. There'll be some enemies here on the rope, but they're not too dangerous. You can just grab them and then kick them off the rope, if I remember to do that. Pull this up. That wheel there, you can't go across unless it's slowed down. Otherwise it just does damage to you. So we want to pause it so we can go to the next little bit. We break the wall. And I will replenish my health here with this. And that whole journey around was so that we could get that stone, so that we can tip this platform over like this. Because now Kratos, with his huge muscles and strength, is gonna just make a platform for himself by tipping over this whole building thing. So that he can make it over there. Very good. Earlier there was a soldier that cried out for help, and we get to see him a bit here of what has happened to him.
God of War, Jason. That beast
So he refers to Jason, which is actually a reference to Jason and the Argonauts, if anyone's actually heard of that.
You must save him. The fleece is the key to Medusa's temple. Help me.
Now there will be a Gorgon just around the corner here, who will often try and petrify you with that beam.
What are you doing?
But you can actually break out of it by activating rage. And yeah, Kratos uses him to break that gear. It's actually a mandatory thing that you have to do. I don't know how logically it works, but that's what happens in the game. And now we have to go forward to get, see what's happening with this. So this is Cerberus, Even though it's a dog, to me it just looks like a giant rat, but it is a Cerberus three-headed dog. There are several different moves that Cerberus can do. This is the best move that he can do when he shoots fireballs coming from his face, when he's at a distance. It is the best because he stays in one spot and you can wail on him during that animation that he does. So we use the hammer for his fight, try and hit him, and he kept staggering me with his attack, so I couldn't keep going. It's really important to do a lot of blocking for this fight, and there are a lot of moves that he does that are really mean and very cruel. This move in particular with the fire breathing, all you can do is block and just wait for it to finish. He's doing the good move, but I'm a little bit too far away. You have to be really up close in the face to make the best use of it. He is jumping everywhere, which is not very nice. Just have to keep blocking. Then you get to like the second phase where he swallows the arm that has the golden fleece on it. That's not very nice. These moves where he like jumps forward and swipes his hand, they are just really bad. Because they can happen so fast, he jumps away and then attacks so fast with them. This is bad. Freeze fire. Just have to wait for him to stop. He keeps breathing fire. It's not good. Because if I try and attack him through the fire, he just just constantly staggers you and kills you. So you have to block, but it's just something that you can't control if he decides to do that. But after you defeat him, Kratos now gets the golden fleece that he puts on his arm.
This golden fleece has the power to deflect approaching weapons and thrust them back to those who...
So now Kratos can do counterattacks. So whether it's a projectile or a melee attack, Kratos can now reflect it and repel it with a attack of his own using the fleece. Now that we have the fleece, there is this door that we couldn't get through because it keeps projecting this beam. But now that we have the fleece, we can actually reflect it back and go through the door. Yay! If you jump down here without grabbing the ladder and use the bow, Kratos will always aim at this bottom right hand corner enemy, and it's really important that he does that to make this fast so that he can defeat that enemy before it emerges, because that enemy in the corner depetrifies really fast. You can hit them very fast that way. We use the lightning, so we do multiple hits on the different enemies here. That was very bad. Just hit the enemies together and use the hammer quickly, and you can defeat these last. And keep going through. gonna take a little detour to the side here. I almost died in the process, but it's alright. Because there is another phoenix feather here, I'm actually gonna make sure that these guys do not bother me. So I'm gonna go up. Now there is this mysterious voice that talks to Kratos during this little movement part where there are these buzzsaws on the ceiling. You get hit by them, you instantly die, so it's a little bit of a puzzle to know their patterns and not get hit by them. Just have to wait here for we have to pull this spike ball back, and it will slowly come back forward. But we have to pull this lever to put that down and then go through here. He reads this text that says, "I am all that remains. I know now that I will not reach the sisters," which is the Sisters of Fate. So many people have gone on a journey to try and see the Sisters of Fate, and Kratos is also on that journey too. This is Uriel, which is the sister of Medusa, and Medusa was a boss in God of War 1 that Kratos had defeated. And now she is here wanting revenge for him defeating her sister, killing her sister. So she's very angry at Kratos. She goes up on these pillars, and then you have to do 10 hits of damage to her with the hammer. Each time I cancel it with the bow, you can tell because the enemy gets highlighted in like a blue, which means that like you're locked on to them with the bow, like this. Once you do enough damage, there's a prompt and Kratos drags her to the floor. Now for this final part, she is really aggressive and she stomps the floor. We activate Rage so that Kratos will be able to tank it a lot better and also do more damage to her. We can then finally defeat her. And once defeating her and chopping off her head, Kratos now gets her head as a magic weapon that he can use. So now he can petrify enemies using her head. There's a little like tutorial fight here where you have to freeze the enemies and then defeat them. And you can kill them like basic enemies fast by using the bow at a distance. So instead of having to approach them and hit them with like a melee attack, you can do that, which is good. And now there is a big kind of movement area here, so if there's anything you want to say or anything like that, you're most welcome to do so now, because I'm just going to be moving around for quite a bit, so you're most welcome to.
Alright, of course. First of all, I'd just like to introduce myself. I am Megaslayer321A. I will be your host on the deck for the night shift, or at least until a bit into the next Bioshock run. We do have a $10 donation from a random wind chimer saying, "Good luck with the run, Gala, and thanks to everyone at AusSpeedruns for putting on another great event."
Thank you. Yeah, because this section is, I have to just traverse around and pull up these pillars. And on the tops of each of these pillars there's like a grapple point that Kratos needs to grapple across. So It's just a bit of movement and spinning around these things.
Well, if you do have the time, I do have a question. I'm not sure if it got answered earlier, but you did mention that not many people in the community run this game because of some of the difficulties with the bosses and other things, so why did you choose to run it?
Well, when it comes to speedrunning, I typically look for runs that are pretty heavily combat orientated, lots of combat strategies, and that's the case for this run. There are a lot of combat strategies that I think are really cool, and also because I really like this game, that's also a pretty good reason. And yeah, I just wanted a challenge as well to try and pick up, and I wanted to kind of learn a bit more about the game because I did like it for what it is and wanted to play it more. So yeah, hopefully that explains a bit more about why.
Cool, good answer, good answer.
Now here there will be a little bit of a fight. There will be a little fight here. So when you get close to the next part, the next pillar you have to raise, there'll be some enemies that emerge. First there's a larger enemy here. Do 2 hammer hits and then animation cancel. And then there are these girls that when they die, they try and explode you upon their death. They'll chase you down and explode. I'm going to use the lightning to try and just get them into an animation where they can die. And then animation cancel. Also, the little spirits that now come out, they help with trying to get more currency. They don't do it. They do a little bit of damage. So it's good to flick them out when you can. But they're particularly good for getting the hit points to try and keep your currency good. This pillar will fall down, so we need to slow down time to keep it up. And then we're going to do lots of swinging. All of this was so that we could do a big swing movement all the way here. All the way over here, but we go to the right. Since there's a good chest of currency here, and there's also another phoenix feather. Now that we have obtained 6 of them, Kratos' magic meter increases, and he also gets them the meter fully replenished as well. And then we can go on the elevator. This elevator will start going up, and there are these dogs, but they're not too scary because you can actually just grab them and hit them into each other. Because of the way damage works on this difficulty, it does a lot of damage to collide enemies into each other. And now we just have to wait for the elevator to get to the roof. There is a door there that's sparking and is progressively opening. It is based on time, so what I'm going to do is actually hold for a little bit longer than typically what you would. Just so we can get that door open. Because otherwise you have to probably push this down 3 times, which is actually slower. So we just hold a little bit longer, so then Kratos hopefully will have enough room to be able to go through here. Yeah, like that. Just enough so he can get through. And now we have another rock monster here. We go to the side of him because he will always, well, he typically starts with this slamming down attack. So we try and hit him while he cannot hit us. We activate Rage. We do some lightning just to avoid getting hit. And then he can get defeated that way. There's this big spiral staircase. Can be a little bit hard to do the movement through here. And all of that, we actually end up to an earlier part that we were before the Barbarian King. I'll take this chest for the health that's in it. We go down here, which is a little bit out of the way, but for very hard glitchless, we do this. Because in this chest, there is a big hoard of currency inside, which is going to help us with a level upgrade that we want to get. We also get a little bit of currency from this enemy, so we just defeat them while we're waiting for all that currency to come to us. And we're going to upgrade the head of area. So now we also have another move, which is Gorgon Flash, and also the beam itself gets upgraded to be stronger. Just do that to get a checkpoint. And now we can repel this back to break the wall, because we have the Golden Fleece from defeating Cerberus. Crawl across the wall. You see the horses in the distance there where we were before. And now we're heading to a little bit of a different part of the island. Quickly go up. So we were in the Temple of Lachesis, but now we're going to be at the Temple of Anthropos, or the Hall of Anthropos, yeah, which is the second sister of Fate, which is like this area is designed after them, with seeing their face on the wall and stuff like that. Now we get a new enemy type. So these are summoners. They throw down a manuscript and then summon these bull enemies. They are a bit of a pain to deal with. Oh, that was a little bit scary. We hopefully defeat them before they get to summon anybody. The best thing they can do is nothing. It's good when they just kind of stand there. Very good. That was alright. The worst is when they teleport around and they summon a lot of bulls and it becomes a bit uncontrollable. But that was okay, thank goodness. Okay. Little puzzle here. We need to get these 2 pillars here. Kind of a little elevated, well, not really elevated. We have to pull this back and then put that pillar underneath this, so it makes like a platform that Kratos can then platform like this. Now we go to the right. Just avoid these enemies there, and then there's 2 new enemies types here. 2. These are satyrs. They're really hard to fight, but with this ability you can freeze them and defeat them very fast. Also, when enemies are petrified, they typically only need one shot, one hit done to them to fully defeat them. Now there are these girls here. This is going to be a bit of a pain, but we're going to try and make it work. Okay, good. That could have been really bad. That was alright. Now we need to get this block all the way over here. Whoa, she was scary. We're going to deal with her later. I don't want to deal with her now. Also because my magic is pretty low. We go to this chest here because there's going to be a phoenix feather inside that we want to have for later. Avoid those pesky bugs and we go this way. Get this chest for magic, and now there's going to be 3 little white stars on the floor that we want Kratos' feet to land on. So this is an Easter egg. You press R1 while Kratos' foot is on these little stars. There are 3 of them placed in this area, and by completing this Easter egg, it actually benefits us for the speedrun. So I'll show you what happens once you finish it. So there's a little star here, we put him on, and then you get this Easter egg where there is all this currency that Kratos receives from this tree. And written in the sky there is the quote, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Which is, yeah, Oppenheimer. Interesting little Easter egg, but it's kind of cool that we get to show off an Easter egg as a part of the speedrun and it's actually beneficial. So yeah, that's cool. We go across these routes. I need to keep slowing them down. Just get those enemies out of the way. Need to do a bit of loop-de-loop here. Because each of these stones lets a different part of the roots grow. So we can keep making it to where we need to go. Do this. Refill on magic and health, and then we get to a boss fight. So this guy behind this door here, who's been kind of calling out to you throughout the area, when you play you kind of get to hear him. This guy's name is Perseus.
That door was my only
So Perseus got trapped here and he wanted to escape. And it's such a funny cutscene to me, this part, because Kratos doesn't say a word. He doesn't say anything. He's just there, and Perseus is just having a yap and monologue the whole time. And he comes to the conclusion that, oh yeah, maybe I should defeat Kratos. And
the great Perseus to kill this fallen god to receive an audience with
Kratos doesn't even aggravate him or anything, or even incite him to be violent. He just makes that decision himself.
If not, at least I can bathe in the glory of being the one who brought down the mighty Kratos, the slayer of gods. Although I hardly think a Harpy's fool such as yourself deserves.
Now
such praise.
Perseus's fight is quite a menace in that the first part of his fight, he is invisible and you cannot see him. The only real way that you can tell where he is by the splashes in the water, and there is a little bit of a silhouette of him. Because I got bad eyesight, well, I don't like this fight at all. It's not very good in my opinion. But right at the start, he typically always starts on the left. You can see like he did a little splash and he was there. Try and hit him with the hammer. Now, do I know where he is? He is there. You can see him, the little splashes of where his feet are. Let him run, and then when he stops running, I will attack him. Oh dear. he's over there. I think he will run again, so we'll let him run. There are a few different things he can do when invisible. He can also do projectile moves. But him running is a typical thing to expect. Then when he's not invisible and he has his sword, he'll try and attack you with his sword. And progressively, Kratos is breaking his equipment. So he first gets rid of his helmet, then he gets rid of his sword, and then you might be able to guess what he gets rid of next. He does these flashbangs, so I'm really sorry about that. I should have done a warning about that. When he raises his shield, he does a flash of white. So everyone be careful of that. Oh! However, now he is getting to the final part of his fight. You grab him, you smash him against the wall. Kratos also lets him drink the water. And then he grabs him with his blade and flings him to be stabbed. And Kratos now takes his shield. This shield, however, isn't a part of Kratos' equipment. It's a key item that we're gonna be losing soon. Hoping I'll just get to freeze here. Very good. And now we'll go back up. Oh. Yeah, that was weird how he didn't actually put the shield, because you need to do that. I just freeze these bugs so they won't be annoying. And now we're just gonna push the statue off, because we need to put this statue at a certain location. Because yeah, this area has the eye beams as well that you see there coming out of the statue, and it's making a force field that Kratos needs to get across. So we need to reflect it back. The first beam will be reflected back with the shield, and then the second one we have to get Kratos to reflect it himself now that he can repel attacks and do counterattacks. He can also do that to this beam here. Like that. Now we can go past there. Those archers don't attack us if we're fast enough, so that's good. Now there was like a seesaw platform there that will constantly go up and down if Kratos is stepping on it. But if you use the Amulet of the Fates and slow down the area, Kratos can make it across, so we have to get access to that. It's that statue behind here. Now this is the Dark Rider, which was from way earlier in the game. He fell down here, and you get his weapon, but for this category we are not going to be using it, which is the Spear of Destiny. We still want to use the hammer. The hammer is just too good for very hard glitchless, so that's what we want to be using. It's a pretty weapon though, it's all purple and stuff, but for this category it doesn't have as much of a purpose. Stun them with the lightning and then hit them with the hammer and defeat them all. And then we can get access to this statue because it's facing the wrong way. So Kratos needs to spin it around to make it the right way. Like this. And then now that it's a way that he can reach from over here. We can go back to where the seesaw is and make it stable. Oh, yeah. I was wondering why the cutscene wasn't playing. There we go. Now we can slow down and make it over here. And I'll just replenish Kratos' bars. There's a little bit of a jumping movement part here. Oh, if I can get the right parts. Hello? That's not the one I wanted. There we go. We make it across. This fight here, there are two sirens that we want to freeze with the same beam. Then there'll be a siren and a bull that spawn in. We want to freeze the siren first and then defeat the bull. Then when there's another bull that spawns in, you can actually keep hitting him while he does his opening roar. Because I always do this like cry when they first emerge and spawn in. But during that time, they are vulnerable to take hits. So you can take advantage of that. This satyr will try and hit you. Want to freeze him and then defeat him when the chest is on green, so then we can get the magic before this enemy gets a chance to hit us. Defeat him, and then there's going to be two large enemies that spawn in. We want to freeze them as well. Freeze him too. Very good. So for now that the Uryal head is getting more and more powerful, it's becoming a lot more important to manage your magic. Manage your magic, yeah. So that's a big part of it.
Go back, warrior.
Now here we get a funny looking guy talking to us. This is Icarus.
Cross. You think you can, but you cannot.
He tells Kratos that
Do you hear me?
he can't go see the Sisters of Fate because Icarus wants to do that. And for some reason, Icarus thinks that he can pick a fight with Kratos.
Not heard of Icarus? It is my fate to make it across. None other. This is my test. The sisters will grant me an audience, not you. You will die, White Warrior. You will die. I will reach the Sisters of Fate, and I will use your wings to do so. The sisters will not allow you, a fallen god, to bathe in their light.
So now we have this little section where Icarus is going to be bothering us, and we fall down this chasm. I guess this is technically Icarus's fight, but it doesn't really feel like a fight. So Kratos just needs to punch him a bit while he's falling down. And Icarus tries to fight back, so we just have to make sure that he doesn't succeed. Kratos just punches his face. Want to make sure to get these quick time events though, so that we don't take heaps of damage and die, because that is possible. And now at this point, Icarus regrets it.
To help me. I realize now.
He's like, hold on a minute, maybe I shouldn't have picked a fight with you. And, well, he thought about that a little bit too late. Now he's falling to his death. And we see Atlas there. Atlas holding up the world. And he gets swallowed up. And Icarus lost his wings, which means that Kratos got them. He's got wings now that he can use.
The Sisters' Temple is far above Kratos. You must get back to the surface.
Yeah, so since Icarus made Kratos fall all the way down here, he needs to figure out a way to get out of here now. So that's what he has to do. And he has these wings now that he can use to fly little distances like this. Just helps him float to get to platforms and things like that. And this whole area is kind of fleshy and lots of lava everywhere. Some parts of it being the body of Atlas, the titan that holds up the world. I have to pull out this bone. These little flying enemies can be really rude, especially the goat here. You can die here very easily. I don't want to die. I'm not making it close though. There we go. We pull this back and use it as a platform to get up here. Just replenish the magic that I had lost. And now there is a rock monster inside Atlas, so we have to defeat him. Go behind him so that I don't get hit by his attacks and I can wail on him a bit. Use animation cancelling. He will do spins now. Definitely don't want to get hit by them because they just constantly will stun Kratos to death. Once he takes enough damage, he'll do this slam down, get like some orbs coming from his body, and the wall will break. The platform below us goes under the lava, so you can't stay there. Now he'll throw these rocks at Kratos and we just have to avoid them. Always thought it's comical that he's throwing these rocks like, hey, get out! And we just slide down every time, just to avoid them. It's very grumpy that we're here. Now we verse him again, kind of like a second phase. When he does this slam multiple fist move, it's very good for going behind him or going to his side and then attacking him. I was not entirely on side of him there. I was a bit in front of him, so he ended up catching me there. Let's do that again. Go behind him, activate rage, 2 hammer hits and then animation cancel with the bow. You can tell when the bow is out because the enemies highlight in like a blue color, and I got hit by him there. That's not good of me to do that. You can't go in too early because, yeah, I get it. Can't be too speedy trying to be speedy because you end up getting hurt and dying. Just really slow. I feel like that's a common thing with this game. You can't. You have to be patient. You just have to avoid his attacks again. Just looks like. Do this again. Hopefully not get caught by him. hit him on the sides. He's doing a spin move, which is not good. Not for me. Just travel to the side, get somewhere where he's not doing damage. He's doing a spin. I do not like this spin. He's doing another spin. You just have to stay away when he spins. You can't even try. Oh god, I almost died again. Okay, yay! Not died. That's good. And the whole point of that was so that we can get a rock from his body to get up onto that platform. In the glitch run, they can just jump up there and completely avoid him entirely. But because we're glitchless, we have to, you know, do it the intended way and defeat him. We acquire another phoenix feather from that chest and also some more currency from that chest. Very good. We see where we want to be going, which is towards Atlas's hand. Need this platform. Break the blockage in the way and keep going forward. Now with the wings, there are some like little areas that have like jets of steam coming out of the floor. And if Kratos has his wings open, he will fly upwards. I just get rid of him because he's annoying. I must be careful with my health. I just realized how low my health is. Even these little guys would be able to defeat me, so be careful with that. Just have to travel on the ceiling here. And get to where we need to go. This part here with the two bits of rock, try and hit both of them because both of them break and we'll give that extra currency for it. These goat guys, they can be pretty mean here because they can attack Kratos' feet or legs while he's getting up. But thankfully it wasn't too bad. And the whole point of going around here was to break this kind of spike at the top. It crumbles down and crashes into that little don't even know what you'd call that, but basically that thing it has a jet of steam that comes out of it once you break it open. Here. And now Kratos can fly and go across. Now I need to remember to upgrade this a third time to level 3. So now it is fully upgraded, which means it is a lot more powerful. So it will use, yeah, there we go. I'm wondering why the music wasn't playing. A lot more powerful, uses less magic to freeze like enemies faster, and you also have now another very strong ability, and it is fully upgraded, and it's going to be really strong to use and take advantage of. Okay. I have to just go on these pendulum like things. Get across. There are enemies below that will start coming up, but you can use these rocks that actually fall down on them, so they won't annoy me while I'm going up here. Now instead of going all the way up to the roof, we're actually going to do a double jump off and then swing. Very fast to do that. press here. You see Atlas there. Atlas is huge. Very big Titan. Atlas also makes an appearance in one of the PSP God of War games. For those who don't know, there were God of War games that were released on PSP that were exclusive to PSP, but they also got ported to PlayStation 3 as well and are a part of the story. There are quite a few God of War games out there. Move this here. And the whole point of these rocks is so we can get to the top area. While climbing here, there will be rocks falling from the top. I have to make sure I don't get hit by them because they will one-shot kill. There is a very weird thing that can happen here, but hopefully it doesn't happen today. Alright, very good. 2, 3, 4, and then you go to the side, and then return. 1, 2. I'll just take it easy, just to make sure that I get here. 1, 2, do a roll forward. And now we are at the top of Atlas's hand, where we fell down. And we see one of Atlas's chain. And what Kratos is going to do is he's going to break the chain.
Who breaks my chains of torment? You are strong, but you are far too small.
Now, Atlas's voice actor is I hope I get the name right because my brain. Michael Clark Duncan, if I remember correctly, and he passed away, so we always say rest in peace to him because he did a really good voice for Atlas and also a lot of other characters in media, like voice acting work. So he did a good job. Now there's going to be a big cutscene here. That's explaining like some of the lore with the Titans and the Titan War that happened against the Olympians and lots of stuff like that. This is like about 3-4 minute cutscene. It's a pretty chunky one.
By taking the blade of Olympus back and driving it into Zeus's heart.
So are you saying right now would be a good time for
Yeah,
donations?
you can do donations if you
Okay,
like.
we have $20 from Nikosar saying good luck Gala, and to put this towards the American Arcadia karaoke. And on that note, we are at $289 out of 600 for that, which means we have $311 left. I'm pretty eager to see that. I don't know about you, but I want to see it. So yeah, put some money towards it, please.
The war between the Titans and the Olympians forged the landscape of the mortal world. It was a war that we knew the Titans must win.
There's Atlas there. See.
If we lost, it would mean an end to the golden age of the Titan rule. Peace and prosperity for mankind would be no more.
It shows how Atlas was captured during that time. Poor Atlas. And we see that character there, that's Hades taking his soul.
battle continued despite my capture. Then Zeus created a powerful weapon to end the Great War. A weapon forged from the heavens and the earth. The Blade of Olympus.
I banish you to the darkest pits of Tartarus!
Awoke in the torment of the underworld, banished to the darkest pits of Hades. I would have destroyed Zeus if you had not put me here, slave of the gods.
I no longer do the bidding of the gods, Atlas! I have stomached their betrayal for the last time! Show me the way to the sisters, and I will kill Zeus once and for all!
Now here, after talking to Kratos, Atlas gives him Atlas Quake. Atlas Quake is this magic move where Kratos stomps on the ground. This doesn't get used much for this category, but this actually gets used in the glitch category quite a bit. Yeah, but thank you, Atlas. I do appreciate you gave us that, but we're not going to use it. Sorry. Thanks, though. He's my favorite character in the game. I think he's cool.
None, not even a Titan, know how to reach the Sisters' Temple. But it is said he who finds it will wield great power. I have given you the last of my magic, Spartan, and I will help you across the great chasm. But that is all I can offer. May fate grant you passage, Kratos. For many rely on your success.
Yay! Thank you, Atlas. You're great. Okay, now we're back at the Great Chasm where we had fell, and we're going towards the Palace of the Sisters of Fate, which is just over here. Now with our upgraded petrification, these little guys, they try and doot their horns, but we can freeze them before they get to fully use it. The sound still happens, but they don't get to summon the Cyclopses like they would want to. We freeze them and then... Hello, Kratos. Oh. That was a little bit weird. There we go. Okay. Then you just freeze them and shoot them and you can defeat them really fast. Very good. There's also just that one enemy on this side that you have to defeat as well. Pull this back. And you have to pull it till we get the opening to go inside of this room. There we go. Almost got on the platform there. Almost. Okay. Can we go up here? Now this room, as you can tell from the floor, there's lots of these holes, and from these holes there are spikes that emerge periodically in different spots around the room. And while this is happening, the wall will be moving, and the gates move around it, and then we get access to different parts of the room. Just have to avoid the spikes and then we can go into the section. This one has a chest of currency and then a key item which we need later, which is a crank. Use the magic just to freeze the little bugs, and also use the spirits from the hammer to kind of stagger them a little bit and keep them away. The bugs have this one move they can do, well, they have the move where they turn green and then they kind of spit a projectile, and then they have another move where they can spit a web, and that web is really bad, particularly for this room because you have to shake Kratos out of it, and if spikes are coming from the floor you will die. So we don't want them doing that. Just want to keep them away as much as we can. Gonna pull this forward, this like big square rock, and then that stops the walls from moving anymore and we can make it to the next part. Yay! Get currency from this chest and then magic from this chest, and we can go forward. There's this big triumphant music to say, yay, we're here! Wow, that's awesome. And you just look at that big thing and Kratos makes this expression. He's so happy about it. Okay, but we need to go this way. Put the crank on the handle on the crank. We slow down time here so that the fire doesn't come back as fast, so we can go across. Get another phoenix feather and then we have to go this way. Pull this lever so that the floor will, that's for the gate actually. So we can go up on the mist coming from the floor and then go over the gate. There'll be some enemies here. Just want to get rid of them. And we use the dogs here to hit the enemies. They take a lot of damage. There we go. Defeat them fast. There's a book there, and there's a bit of unfinished architecture here, which is good for Kratos because he needs this rock, this piece of the wall. Now this is an auditorium, the auditorium of Lachesis. There is a book there that's in a language that Kratos does not speak or doesn't understand. And he needs a translator to translate it for him. And thankfully enough, there's a translator over here. Right now he is, pretty sure he is praying to Athena, praising Athena. I'm just sitting here. He is on a pressure plate which closes the door here, but by putting that rock on it, it won't close. And now we have to protect the translator to go to the book to translate the text that's in the book. And while we're doing that, there's all these enemies that emerge. So we just want to clear the path here, just for now. But as you carry him, more enemies will spawn in. As like you get along the way. So there will be some that spawn in. We're going to drop him here. And instead of defeating them, we want to just freeze them all together. When you have that upgraded to full, you can freeze them all like that. And now we just want them to... There we go. They will not go past that line. So when you're past that line, they, for some reason, they're just like, oh, I'm going back now. So we can make use of that so that they don't bother us. We pick him up, and then once you get across the line, he will run away from you. There are summoners that summon on the side here. We focus on them because we don't want more enemies summoning. And we have to protect the translator from dying from the enemies here. If you freeze the dogs fast enough, like as they're spawning in, they die. I don't particularly know why, but it like puts them in the air when they spawn in, so then when they fall they die. Because enemies that are petrified in the air, they die when they fall down. So that's just what happened.
Hear me, sisters.
That was
who
also really
control the
fast, so I'm happy
threads.
about that.
Keep going.
I like to canonically think that Kratos actually can't read at all, so he needs someone to read it for him.
Read it.
But yeah, he needs to translate the words in the book.
No, please, no. I cannot do it. Read. Accept this sacrifice of my blood.
And yeah, so Kratos had to protect the translator to translate the words and then die. Poor guy. Now after he's done the translation and has sacrificed his life, the phoenix kind of building there starts to open up the wings of the temple area. And we see here that the blood from the translator's body is now going into these trenches, I guess is the word, vents. Yeah, and it fills up this like phoenix trench area. And there's like this hologram that appears of Larkissus. Now Larkissus's design I think is really good. She looks really powerful and her cape is just
With
magnificent.
this sacrifice, you have proven your resolve to seek out the Sisters of Fate. However, this is but a small step in your quest to gain an audience with us.
And she directs him to go that way. So from this door, Kratos gets the key to the ram. So we take it from this door and then we're going to put it into another door that Kratos couldn't get through before. That was near the starting area of this place. Oh, even though Kratos is so strong, he struggles to open those gates so much. You have to really mash your buttons to get him to open it. Now we go forward to here. So it's like the same ram. So you put the ram key in there. And then get it up like that. Now there is a little bit of a tricky fight here, but we'll do our best. Gonna refill our magic. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're gonna get where we want to be. Take the hammer out, and I'm summoning these spirits from the hammer during this little thing that's happening, little cutscene kind of thing. Hopefully these spirits will kind of stagger them back a little bit. We're gonna freeze them all together, then break them all together. Hopefully freeze them all together. This is not exactly going how I wanted to do. Use the fleece. Grabbing these skinnier enemies, they do like a circular swing. If you grab the enemies that are kind of a bit more chunky looking, that's probably not a great way to describe them, but if you grab them, they do like a... Kratos will throw them in a line, but it's not as effective as grabbing the enemies and flinging them in a circle, because that way you can hit more enemies. Like this, he can hit so many in that wide swing. And I don't want them grabbing me. Also, should make use of this. Have it. There we go. And then once you defeat them all, the walls will go away. It's on a timer in that if you take too long, you get crushed by the walls. So you have to be careful about that. Now I'm gonna get this chest here because my currency isn't looking too good. Get that currency chest, and then keep going forward. Here there are these golden statues of the Olympic gods. That's Athena talking to us right now. There's Ares and Zeus, Poseidon, Helios, and Hades. And Athena is having a yap to us right now, telling us that we shouldn't try and defeat Zeus. And that the Titans are not good.
The Titans are not to be trusted.
But in the first game, Athena manipulated Kratos to do what she wanted, and she made him believe that his nightmares would be taken away from him by the promise that she made, by saying, oh, yeah, Kratos would be freed from his trauma if he did what she said, but she never gave him that release in the end after he had done what she wanted him to do. So, yeah, he was betrayed by her. So Kratos doesn't really like Athena very much. He doesn't like the Olympic gods at all very much. And especially not Zeus. In this section you have to hit the sirens, get them stunned, and then use the fire to kill them and offer them up as a sacrifice. Little river of blood here. Oh, you have to be careful of spikes. You want to be speedy and zoom through, but then there's spikes everywhere, which isn't very nice. We go up. And then there's 2 currency chests here to get as well. And we're going to upgrade Kronos' Rage. Haven't done that yet, but now we do. So it has increased damage and also has increased range as well. There's this icy area here. There's a statue of a phoenix covered in ice, and we need to get rid of that ice and use the phoenix to melt some stuff. Okay, we do that. That hits some ice that's on the ceiling. So now there's some sunlight coming into the room that we can use. Left, right, yep, good. Oh, that's alright. Have to put those walls in the pattern to match them up. That way you can get the phoenix to breathe fire and get this mirror. We're gonna put this little reflective mirror underneath the sunlight from the ceiling. So then it will defrost the ice around the phoenix. And then there's this epic music that plays just to add suspense. We'll defrost this pack of ice because there's a chest there that we want, so we're gonna get that. And then I'll defrost the door as well that needs to get out. There's also enemies in the ice and other stuff, but we don't want to deal with them, so we won't defrost them. And we did want this chest because this chest has a phoenix feather in it. This is the final phoenix feather that we collect on this run. It upgrades not only upgrades Kratos' magic, but also when you collect enough Phoenix Feathers, you get your full magic refill too. So that's also what we use to get that back up, because we're going to need it for the next part. But for here, there are these little bug nests with these bugs coming out of them. These bugs, they spit fire and stuff like that. We need to get rid of their nests first before we can make it up to the top. Because while I try to make it up to the top, they'll keep staggering Kratos and making him go down. So I just need to get rid of. You can chuck them down and then throw them into each other like that. Now I'm wondering where the other ones are. They should be coming down. There we go. They took a while to come down to me. You have to pull this all the way around, and there's a little grapple that comes down that, well, I couldn't reach it there. I needed it. There's a grapple that comes down that Kratos can grab. Sometimes there are bugs that hang around the ceiling, but they didn't do that today. That's good. When that happens, I have to go all the way around again. I'm gonna replenish my health because this is a pretty hard fight, but I'll explain what we do. So there are two Cerberuses that spawn in. They will spit out some of their children. Go out to the left, freeze the one here, defeat that one. Then there's a second Cerberus that comes out. After they spit more enemies out, which is really important to wait for, you have to break them, petrify them, break them. We're gonna do that again. Go to this side, freeze this one, defeat them. Then we've freed both of them, activate rage. Very good. Now the reason why you have to wait for the two dogs to spawn is because this is actually dependent on how fast you defeat enemies. If you defeat enemies too fast, more larger enemies spawn in, so things kind of have to be timed in such a way that you let the little dogs spawn in, so then more larger dogs don't spawn in, and then you freeze them and can manage them and stuff like that. Just kind of working out how the game thinks of stuff and yeah, stuff like that. Now that we've done that, we have this statue, and there's a second translator here. Oh, you can't really hear his voice.
I will not let you reach the sisters.
That was kind of weird. Anyway, he says, Ghost of Sparta, it was foretold that you would come. I would not let you see the sisters. And so therefore he...
I will not let you reach the sisters.
He jumps off the cliff.
I will not let you reach the sisters.
As a way of like preventing Kratos from getting to the sisters. Now you can get a little kind of, well, I don't know if this is an Easter egg, but you can get a health chest here which upgrades Kratos' health. That's the only upgrade of health that we get for the run.
I will not let you reach the sisters.
You slow down time and you can grab him before he throws himself off so that he can read the words.
Read the words.
Hear me, noble sisters who forge our destinies. Another seeks an audience to change their fate.
Read.
proof that he is worthy. No, Kratos! This will be the end of us all! You must stop!
This is your purpose. Die with honor.
I give my blood to illuminate the way.
And then he also dies as well. And now we see that the Phoenix formation building thing opens up. Opens its wings.
Kratos, like the fiery phoenix who is resurrected from his ashes, you too search for a second chance at life. Find these ashes and free the phoenix. Only then will you find the path to the Temple of the Face.
So now we must free a phoenix, but not that one, because that one's actually not real. It's just a building. But now we gotta go see an actual phoenix. Wow! Okay. So we get this skull, which is another key type. We open this up. Oh. Then we go over here. It shows us like that we have to go up, and that the roof you can climb on. So we have to go and do that. So we open this up, but the mist here is not strong enough, so we have to make it more powerful. So you pull this and then it becomes stronger. So now with this steam being a lot more powerful, Kratos can make it all the way up to the roof. And then there's a good chest here for currency, so we'll take that. Break the pillar so we can keep going. And we go forward. And by pulling this down, we make it back to like the little starting area of this section. But when we get here again, there's some enemies that's cool. Oh, and I did that. Just freeze them. Let me see if I can get them together. Up. That's alright. But yeah, those enemies are way more manageable to deal with later on in the game compared to like when we first saw them like really early in the game. The petrification is very powerful. This elevator here we call the skeleton elevator because it's an elevator with a lot of skeletons on it. And as we are pulling this elevator down, there are spikes on the ceiling and the skeletons are gonna gradually start to come to life. But you can petrify the skeletons and break them. Even though they're just a pack of bones, you can do that. So that's what we do. The worst thing that can happen here is the skeletons start to go on the gears on the back there that are sparking. They can stop them from moving. That's not very good. To save a little bit of magic, the next two that come up, you can actually knock them into the spikes on the ceiling, like this. So that's pretty cool to get to do. Now we're at the bottom of the elevator, just get them to freeze and then we can get through. Very good. Alright, freeze this enemy, then we grab the rope, 1, 2, fly down here. And now these enemies up here, the archers, it is very important that we defeat them before going forward. So these archers have incredible aim. We grab one of them and then throw them into the other just to get rid of them all. Because if we tried to do this platforming here, the archers, they would shoot you off no matter what. You cannot make it across unless they are defeated. I'm gonna wait till I see all 3 of those enemies on the screen. We get this chest when it is yellow. Only a few chests in the game give rage, but that is one of them. We use 2 lightning there to break. There's a breakable wall here with a secret behind it, which is this chest. So this is a magic upgrade chest. So instead of having to collect so many feathers, you can actually just do that chest straight up and it will upgrade your magic, which is good. Now I need to wait here. Good. And then we go past that pillar of fire.
The ashes
I can't make it forward.
Only fire will set him free.
So yeah, the phoenix's ashes are up there in that urn. And we need to get the urn into the fire. But we have to go around to do that. So let's go this way. We just zap him so that he will stay back. This is on a timer. So what we do is we get the lightning, we hit the wall will break while we are interacting with this, and those enemies just go away. That little key item we'll need later. Slow down time, so then we can go across here. Yay! Now we have this room, which is to get to the Phoenix urn. So there's a Phoenix wall structure there that breathes fire every so often, kind of on a cycle like that. And we need to push this pillar up to the front. As we are doing so, the fire that spits out of the Phoenix wants to push the pillar back, and there are enemies that will also want to harass you as well. So we want to make use of the Chronos Rage Lightning because it stuns them, keeps them back, and we can keep pushing forward. Once I get further enough to the front and near this, I'm going to use petrification to break it. I'm also going to just use that on him. We'll pull this down because there's a part of the floor there that's risen up, so we want to make that flat so that we can push the pillar further. Before I keep going, we just want to replenish our magic. Also replenish on health. 2 lightning. Oh, this is unfortunate. Okay. Okay, nice. All good. Push the urn into this little spot, and then there's gonna be another fight that emerges here. And Kratos did not aim. That's not good for me. Got a little bit complicated, but it was okay. Now we pull the lever, and this little contraption takes the Phoenix's ashes and puts them into the lava. We can see the Phoenix emerge. But it is a little bit trapped, so Kratos still needs to help the Phoenix out a bit. Go up this staircase. A little bit hard doing movement here because it's like on an angle. Trying to get Kratos to go around. When he rolls, he likes to just go on a straight line, so it can be a little bit hard. Pull this up. There's the Phoenix there. We used the gem that we had collected from the dead body to get into this little pad. And then we go up. And doot a horn into the Phoenix, and the Phoenix can now come out. Oh, what I did that? Okay. Now we need to go to the left because there is a bridge that's meant to emerge there to get to the Phoenix, but currently right now it doesn't work. So we have to make a little detour to try and get the bridge working. And to get to that we need to access the elevator goes up and down, but it doesn't, we can't get onto it just yet. We need to wedge the elevator so that Kratos can also be on there. So we need to take a little bit of a detour here. So we take that pillar and we're gonna use that to wedge it. There are these pesky enemies there that love to throw bombs, which I do not like. Hopefully they'll just leave me alone then. Or if I can bait them, I could bait them off, but I don't think I can. Just break that chain, and then we get this. And this is for the bridge. As you can see, the pillars are separating. And I'm gonna need my health. Gonna need some health, because we're gonna be doing a bit of tanking in a minute. One little thing you can do here to get closer to the fight here is you can actually spin with Kratos' hammer. So you get a little bit closer. Now you just 2 hammer hits and then animation cancel by bringing the bow out with rage on. You can just wail on him and then attack. And we find out that this silhouette of someone that wanted to change their fate was the Spartan soldier from the start of the game that was a part of Kratos' army.
My lord? I told you to return to Sparta. Why do you leave Sparta unprotected?
Sparta is no more.
What treachery is this?
Zeus. He came under the cloak of darkness into Sparta.
And Kratos finds out that Zeus, upon killing Kratos at the start of the game, went to Sparta and destroyed Sparta, which is Kratos' hometown or city. Yeah. which is very hypocritical of Zeus because he mentioned how he didn't want Kratos to defeat Olympus, which is like a Zeus's town or city, and then he goes and defeats Kratos's. So yeah, not a very nice man. And we always crack a joke here that like these poor Spartans are getting defeated and there's probably some poor guy that's getting an upskirt of Zeus like before he died. Because of his, you see here.
I was left with no choice. I had to seek out the sisters to change the fate of our beloved Sparta. For I
And
am
this
all that is
sad music
left.
plays. Very sad.
Now you are all that is left. I have faith that our brothers of Sparta will live on through the true god of war.
Now Kratos, filled with grief, he cries out to Zeus.
Is this how you face me, coward? I am through doing the bidding of the gods. Come down here and face me now, Zeus.
And now, at this part, Kratos can say different things with the face buttons, but I'll just do what everyone loves.
I am cursed! 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 I am cursed!
He is cursed, by the way. So there's a tentacle monster that appears and is currently strangling Kratos, and Kratos has this vision of Sparta burning and getting destroyed. And then there's this image of his wife coming towards him. His wife that he had murdered when blinded by Ares.
I am so sorry, my love. Can you ever forgive me?
All is not lost.
But the voice that emerges from his wife, he notices is not his wife, it is Gaia. So this scene always is a bit eerie in a way because Gaia is using the image of Kratos' dead wife to encourage him to go back into battle. And particularly when you've played the third game and then play this game again, you realize the manipulations that are going on because Gaia is revealed in the third game to not be a very nice person.
His brother Hades will see that your soul is tortured for all eternity. You will have no rest until you destroy him. Take within you.
Would this be a good time to read out a donation?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. That's alright.
We have $5 from Black Nile saying, "Hey Gala, GG on the run, loving the goth look by the way." Love from your British mate Nolly.
Thanks,
This
Niall.
battle is just the beginning of a great war that is to come.
So yes, now Kratos is back into fighting mode and pushed through his grief. So we quickly get out of the tentacle and we pick up the Spartan's dead body. So for this fight, there is a pressure plate under the tentacle on the left side, and we need to get the Spartan's body onto that pressure plate. But in order to get there, we need to... This is a little bit scary. Yep. We do not like this boss. I do not like this boss. So you have to hit the tentacle enough for... Oh dear. Yeah, this is scary. That's alright. The tentacles do massive amounts of damage, like I'm almost dead already. Here we're gonna try and do a triple hit. We did 2 hits, we'll try and do another one. You have to hit the forehead weak point 3 times and then they will put their tentacle to the ground like this. And you have to break this little blockage on the tentacle, and Kratos now will chop it off. Try and roll to the side so that we get closer to the pressure plate tentacle again. Very good. And we pick up the body and put it back on the pressure plate. We have to hit that point a couple of times. Do 3 more. Is it 2 more? 3 more? Oh no, he hit me before I got a chance. It's not very kind of him. Okay. So we have to do that again. This fight is just a bit unfortunate in that way, if you're in the air and he tries to do things like that. Yeah, it's mainly this tentacle bash and the moves where he puts the tentacles down in a spike. If we could just not do that, that would be great. The best thing that this boss can do is just roar, but today it's not being very nice. Single cycle the first part, hit 3 times in one flight. We'll go up, hit twice, 3 times, and break. My health is a lot better this time around, so hopefully we'll have a bit more success. Roll to the side. Quickly get the hammer out and start hitting. Good. He's gonna breathe me away, which is not very nice. Put this here. Go up. Hammer hit. Have to hit a couple more times. Because yeah, with the animation cancel you can get quite a few hits. Like in one flight, it's good to be able to do that. Now we're going to break this tentacle. Do 3 lightning right at the base, and then we can grab and go up. And then break that tentacle. Now we're almost done. We just have to get up in his face for a bit. We activate Rage so that if any of his attacks hit us, we can tank them, do Lightning, get him down, and then spike his face with the bridge. And Kratos is very satisfied with that. And the Phoenix will take us to the temple of the Sisters of Fate.
Let the rage of the Titans fuel your blades, Kratos.
Would now be a good time to read a donation?
Yeah.
Cool. We have a $5 donation from NerdXLife. I am cursed! I am cursed! I am cursed! And that's it.
Thank you. Alright, so this is the Temple of the Fates. Right now everything is all green because time is slowed down. And that's because of that crystal there. When that crystal breaks, the little gong of the thing that hits the bell hits it. So we want to hit that bell, which is the bell of Zeus, and then we want to hit this bell as well, which is Kronos' face on it. And by having them both play at the same time, it breaks the face of the statue there, and we need to get past that face. We pull this to the right, then we go down, pull it up. And then put it to the face so we can then break it. Now we can go finally see the Sisters of Fate that Kratos has been wanting to see this whole time. So this is the throne of Lachesis, and she's the first sister that we are going to see. We've seen like images or holograms of her, but we haven't actually seen her in the flesh yet, so we get to see her now.
Been expecting you.
Out of my way.
Your resolve is admirable, even if it is misguided. None can change their destiny, Kratos. We sisters determine the fate of all. It was I who deemed that the Titans lose the Great War, and I who have allowed you to come this far.
Lachesis, like, her body language is really interesting here in how she says that she is the one who allowed him to come this far. And the way that she touches an axe to Kratos kind of suggests that by looking over his life, she's kind of wanted him to get to this point for perverted reasons. It kind of suggests that, which is always a very interesting thing for the reasons why the Olympic gods and things do let things happen. And then Lachesis has the realization that she made the wrong choice. And now we have to verse her. So for Lachesis' fight here, we have Rajon with the hammer, do animation cancelling. Her attacks can be a little bit weird in that she is very, very agile and she moves around a lot. I did not hit her there. My angle was not good. We want to hit her. When she gets those little orbs coming out of her body, it means she's ready to go to the next phase of her fight. Now for this phase, what we can do with these hooks is we can actually get her in like a stun by using the hammer. We don't want to be too fast because if we do it too fast, we'll actually knock her out. But you can continuously keep doing damage to her before she gets a chance to damage you. If you grab the hook, hit her, grab the hook, hit her, and just go back and forth there, you can get her into a kind of loop there.
For we have woven the events of your life.
Now we see this another sister of fate. This is Anthropos. And she has a more like darker, ghastly design. And she also has like twin tails, or these two pigtails, so I always think of her as like an evil Hatsune Miku because of how her hair is.
Search your memory, Kratos. The sword which you stand on delivered your victory against Ares.
So she takes him back in time to an event that happened in God of War 1. When Kratos defeated Ares, he used that sword that they're now standing on. And she's threatening to destroy it in the past. First thing we do is try and get some damage onto her with the hammer. And now she's going to be staying away from the platform. But we want her to come to the platform. So we want to hit her with the arrows. She also does these projectile moves, so we want to hit her with them too. By reflecting them back at her. Okay, now she's coming to the platform, which is good. We want to see where she is. When she's here, we want to hit her with the hammer, get the damage on her, and then we just grab her. So sometimes this is a bit of a random fight in that sometimes she won't come to the platform straight away and other times she will straight away. So it's really easy to lose a lot of time on this fight with her. But sometimes it can just be very, very fast. It's not a super complicated fight, it's just annoying. Yeah. And here we see Ares with Kratos. Kratos sees the sword and he's gonna go and get it. No, Larkus and Anthropos are both very angry. So we have to verse both of them at the same time together. So what we have to do, so Anthropos is behind those mirrors and Larkus is here with us. So we have to hit Larkus enough so that she goes down. We can use her to slow down the time of the arena. And we use that to hit Anthropos while she's in the mirrors. And we have to do it again. Yeah, my health is not looking too good. Use the lightning to... There we go, very good. Now where is she? She's over here. So we hit her with the hammer enough to get her down, and then I also just use the blades a little bit. That's what we do just to make sure we have enough rage for when we're going to need it, which is going to be coming up next, which is here. So after you defeat 2 of the mirrors, or 2 of the kind of painting frames, Larkus will now be scripted to go in the front here, and she does this cast around her in a circle. She's staying here for a really long time, which is not good. There we go. You hit her enough and then you can progress onward. Because typically you want to like try and avoid that, but you can actually stand behind her and you don't get affected by it. And now we can defeat them both. Like that. Awesome. Cool. Thanks. But there is another sister. There are 3 sisters. People typically think there's only 2. But Clotho, who is there, is also one of the Sisters of Fate. And what is coming up now is called Death's Corridor by a lot of runners. So this corridor is filled with several different mob fights of all different types of mobs throughout the course of the game. And if you fail any of them, you have to restart the whole thing. Oh, if you die. Yeah. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of fights. But thankfully we do have some very powerful things to take advantage of. But it can still be really hard. Okay. For this one, we're gonna have Gorgons as well as Sirens. What you can do with the snakes is you can bait them to use these orbs. And how you do that is you do a grab on them, and then it will trigger them to send those orbs forward. Like this. And you can reflect them. Now the enemies that are the worst in this fight are the Sirens, because they can do this lightning move where they summon lightning pillars in the floor, which is really bad. So yeah, we try and grab them. You don't actually grab them because they go away, but it will always trigger them to do that move, which is good to take advantage of. Now I think she's the last one left, so we're just gonna hit her with the hammer until she dies. Alright. Another fight will emerge here. The enemies that drop down. Freeze them all and then hammer them all together. This one coming up is a little bit tricky. It's with satyrs and also bulls. Wait for the satyrs to try and get a bit closer, and also wait for the bulls. Freeze them. And there's this 3rd bull that emerges. While he's coming in, we use the hammer, animation cancelling, and then there's 2 satyrs here. Hopefully I can defeat them before my rage comes out. He grabbed me, that's not very nice, that's a waste of time. Now, because I don't have rage, I'm gonna have to do cancel counters. There we go. Cool. Alright. Not too bad. Now we go back for this chest to get our magic so that we can have more than if we were to get it earlier. There's going to be a fight that emerges here. I also summon little spirits because sometimes they can be super aggressive and try and jump on you straight away, and that kind of helps prevent that from happening. Now here we're going to have some Cyclopses. So we want to do a big... And we do this. Very good. Now we got rid of the bigger enemies, now we just have to deal with some smaller mobs that emerge. Unfortunately, there are barriers that spawn. They have them as a way to help the player manage how many enemies there are, because there are a lot. But for speedrunning, it can be a bit more of a hindrance than a help, because often enemies spawn behind the barrier, and then I can't get to them and I have to wait for the barrier to go down. It's a bit of a pain. Is that everyone? No. Who's... Okay. And they spawn behind the barrier. Where enemies spawn is typically distance-based, but sometimes it's just a bit of a pain. And that's it. That was the corridor. Nice. It can be really easy to die there, so that's nice that I did not die. Let's see what we can do.
Clotho weaves the thread of
So yeah,
life.
now we're gonna see
Every
Clotho.
mortal, god and titan. Find your thread, and you will be able to control the mirrors of the fates, the source of their power, and Use them as a gateway to return to the time when Zeus betrayed you.
Okay. We want to upgrade this to max so that we can do this. Oops, not that. So when this is upgraded to max, it can reach the little bodies that block this from going all the way up. There we go. So we can get there faster than going around. Just hit her hands so that she doesn't bother us, and then we go up. Very good. Now we have Clotho's body. So there's all these kind of like little spikes that we need to get down and put on her arms and make our way up to where her face is. Just want to hit her arm so that it goes limp, and then we can crush each of her arms. The first one you crush with the floor. The second one is with a spike. And then there's another spike as well we have to do, but we need to do this so that we can pull this across, because otherwise she won't let us do it. There's one more hand that we need to do. Put all the way over here. And this is for this. And now by spiking this arm, we can then get up this pole to make it up there, which is where Kratos needs to be. And now we have traversed Clotho right in front of her face. We have to pull this across. We get iframes from using the lightning. We use the lightning just to get her arms down, and by pulling this, we get this. And this is going to defeat Clotho. But she tries to fight back a little bit, but she's not very successful. Alright. Now we're getting near to the end.
The power of the Fates resides within these great mirrors. find your thread, you will be able to control the mirrors and use them as a gateway to return to the time when Zeus betrayed you.
So yeah, he's almost there to do the thing he's wanted to do from the very start of the game. So now we pull this thread and we see in the mirror the events that have happened in the game, the enemies that he had fought and the things that he had done, places that he had seen all throughout the game. We get a look back on everything that has happened so far. We get all the way back to when Zeus had stabbed him right at the start of the game. And through the portal.
Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me? No matter. What? How can this be? The Sisters of Fate have aided you. Unexpected.
The sisters are dead.
I underestimated you. A mistake I do not intend to repeat.
So now we're gonna face Zeus. There's a pretty, it's not a, it's a pretty, I was gonna say it's a pretty big fight, but I wouldn't say it's big. It just has a couple of different phases that are kind of unique. But it is a monumentous fight in like story and also gameplay because it's like the last big challenge. And also for speedrunning, this is the last big challenge. Because Zeus can be very mean if he wants to be very mean. So let's hope we get a good fight. Okay, first thing I'm going to do to make sure I don't forget is upgrade Athena's blades. There are some sections in this fight where you can't use anything other than the blades for new game, so we're going to make sure that we have them a bit more powerful. Right at the start, he summons 3 sirens. When you grab the sirens, they will do a shockwave. So we want to shockwave one of them, cast lightning, and then shockwave the next one. We're going to do this for the 3 sirens that emerge. There we go. And then after we do this one, he will be ready to go to the next part of his fight. There we go. Awesome. So Kratos stabs his hand and now he will shrink to be more human-sized, and we're gonna do a couple of phases with him here. See if we get this straight away. We do not, that's okay. If you reload checkpoint, you can get it straight away. Want to stab him, so stagger him, then activate rage, and then we're going to be doing the projectile move with the blade through his body. Lightning is also very good for Zeus for staggering him when he does this move. That's a very bad move. Want to make sure I iframe that because he does a lot of damage there. Once he has taken enough damage, little orbs will come out of his body, and then he goes to the next phase. He takes the Blade of Olympus back, and then we all only have Athena's blades. Activate rage and then do the uppercut. The uppercut Enrage is very powerful, so I want to make sure that that hits him. While he's staggered with lightning, I want to get hits on him. We don't want him blocking, so the lightning can help with that. There we go. Very good, that was good. When he gets into this little state where he's just kind of wobbling around, it means he's going to go to the middle of the arena and then go to the next part. And we get a little prompt, we have to take this pillar and hit him with it. Let's see what he's going to do. This is good. The worst move that he can do is when he kind of fires off lightning balls like this. Why did I mention it? I just jinxed myself. That's the move that we don't want to see him doing. Not only because it does quite a bit of damage, but he zips around like anything and it's just horrible to try and land anything on him. He also has incredible iframes too. Please do not defeat me. To defeat you. We just have to play catch with him sometimes if he's going to be like this. The best thing that can happen is if you get to stagger him or you stun him. But I haven't been stunning him right now. Hoping that he will stop dashing around. Come on, Zeus, please don't do this. I'm right up there with him, that's very nice. Okay, that was really rude. He just went straight up in my face and socked me one. Now I'm a little bit scared of him because if he does a projectile move with this health, I will die. Yes, okay, good. Now he's going to his final phase. In this phase he has a lot... He doesn't have a lot of health. So it's very easy to... Okay, good. Nice. Very good. Okay. Let's see how we go. We take this. And now we've done the majority of the fighting Zeus now. And now we just have like a little quick time event. But that was a little bit nerve-wracking, but I'm glad that I didn't die.
I am through playing with you, Kratos.
So we jump up and then we get this. We don't do the button pressing prompt because we want this to happen as soon as possible, of him coming down and being in front of Kratos.
Release me from this torment of my life. I will release you from your life, my son, but your torment is just beginning.
So here Kratos had baited Zeus to approach him to try and stab him, and then he got him instead. But here we see Athena. Athena is trying to intervene.
But I will defend Olympus.
Know this, my son. You have started a war you cannot possibly win. The fates have already deemed me victorious.
So I might be a little bit overestimated, I noticed, just because there's a cutscene that needs to play and then like a very tiny smidge of gameplay just to finish the game. But here we see that Athena sacrificed herself to protect Zeus.
Why do you sacrifice yourself?
So that Zeus wouldn't get stabbed, and instead she
To
did.
save Olympus.
I do not seek to destroy Olympus, only Zeus.
Zeus is Olympus.
He brought this to himself.
Because of fear, Kratos. A fear felt by his father, Kronos. A fear that wrought the Great War. A fear that drove Zeus to kill you. His own son.
His son?
So here
Just
Athena
as
mentions that
Zeus was
Kratos is
compelled
actually
to
one of
destroy
the
his
children
father,
of
Kronos.
Zeus. One of the bastard
You are
children of
compelled
Zeus.
to do the same. No son should destroy his own father.
No. I have no father.
God after God will deny you, Kratos. They will protect Zeus. Zeus must live so that Olympus will prevail.
If all on Olympus will deny me my vengeance, then all on Olympus will die. I have lived in the shadow of the gods for long enough. The time of the gods has come to an end.
And that's why the slogan for this game is actually "The End Begins." All because of this point here where he resolves himself to bring an end to the time of the Olympic gods, which is foreshadowing the third game. Oh, I hope I can finish quick, sorry. But yeah, there's just a very tiny amount of gameplay and then it's time and then, okay, let's just quickly do that. So yeah, the loom chamber is crumbling and basically now Kratos is gonna use the portal for time travel and going back in time and the threads to go back in time to the Titan War that happened so that he can teleport the Titans from the past to the present to verse the Olympic gods. As you see in the picture, there's the Titans that now Kratos is partnered up with, that he got partnered up with in this game and got powers from in this game. He's now going to take them from the past and bring them to the present day to go up against the Olympic gods. Yeah. Okay, and time will be when I go through this portal. 3, 2, 1, time! Sorry, I went a little bit over. Thanks for having. Sorry, I went a little bit over. I apologize. Yeah, this cutscene, the Titans stuff. Yeah, cool. Thanks for having me. It was fun, even though I made mistakes, but it was good. I had a good time, and hope you will enjoy the rest of the marathon. Thanks. Oops.
Alright, that was God of War 2 run by Galasrinie, very hard glitchless. We did get one donation of $15 from Wandering Mind saying enjoying the marathon. This run is making me want to try out God of War 2. Also, I am cursed! And up next we have Bioshock Infinite, Burial at Sea, Episode 1, Any Percent by Noops. All right, so up next we have Bioshock Bioshock Infinite Burial at Sea Any% being run by Noops. Take us away, Noops.